myself as well as Mr. Brian Ransford and Mr. Indika Karunaratne. So the morning session, I will conduct the morning session, and later on they will conduct their sessions. Okay, then I will share my screen with you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Okay, then we will start. This is the course module C3, field crops and export agricultural crops. So under this course, we are going to learn about the agronomic practices as well as the processing technologies of major export agriculture crops. So there are several export agriculture crops are there in Sri Lanka, but with the given time, we are discussing only the major crops. Then later on, uh, I will show you what are those crops, and among them, we are mainly focusing the important crops. So you know about the agricultural crops, no? So among them, uh, okay. So among them, under this subject, we discuss about export agricultural crops. So in addition to the major plantation crop, tea, rubber, and also the coconut, as well as the fruit crops also there, vegetables also there. So Sri Lanka also produce a rich variety of other crops for especially the export-oriented crops. Mainly, uh, we target the export market, so that's why we call those crops, especially the export agriculture crops. අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අපනයනය කිරීම සඳහා export කිරීම සඳහා තමයි මේ crops වගා කරන්නේ, because there is a high demand in the other countries for these spices. Therefore, mainly we target the export market. අපි සුළු අපනයන භෝග කියනවා, අපනයන භෝග කියලා කියනවා. So it's export crops. So mainly, these export agriculture crops we can categorize into 4 categories. So here you can see the list. They may be spices, they may be beverages, or sometimes stimulants, or we can obtain some essential oil, especially the citronella and the lemongrass like plants we take to obtain the essential oil. So the spices such as the pepper, cinnamon, clove, nutmeg, and the cardamom. So those crops we categorize under spices. So what are the beverages? So the coffee, cocoa also we used to use as a beverage. පානයක් විදිහට පාවිච්චි කරනවා, as well as the vanilla. Then the stimulants is the betel and the arecanut. Bulat puak අපි සාමාන්‍ය stimulants. So what is the stimulant mean? Any idea? Stimulant actually.
Karnatra.
Sorry?
අපිව නිකන්
ඔව් නේ, අපි stimulate කරනවා කියන්නේ උද්දීපනය කරනවා වගේ නේ. සු එනර්ජයිස් කරනවා වගේ. අපි කරන ගොඩක් වෙලාවට කට්ටිය බුලත් කනවානේ නිදිමත වෙලාවට වගේ. ඒ ස්ටිමියුලන්ට් එකක් විදිහට ඒකේ උද්දීපනය කිරීමේ හැකියාවක් තියෙනවා. So the stimulants, betel and the arecanut, we discuss under the stimulants. Okay, so I think some of you know about those crops. So however, I will show some photograph, then better you can have a better idea about those crops. So the cinnamon, this is the first picture, the cinnamon, singular we call as the kurudu. So I don't know how it identify in the Tamil. Are there any Tamil students in this group? How do you call that crop, the cinnamon? In Tamil, how do you call it? Seems like there are no in
Cinnamon
time.
is
Students,
called as karua, sir. Karua or pattai.
Karua.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Karua. Okay, so the Karua we call cinnamon in Tamil. So in Sinhala we call it as Kurudu. So the cardamom. So inasal kila අපි හඳුන්වනවා සිංහලෙන්. Then the nutmeg. It's a huge tree like a goraka, and the pepper. Yes, pepper, gambiris, clove, karabuneti, and the coffee. Then the cocoa, mainly we use as a beverage as well as to produce chocolate. Then the vanilla, essential good ingredient, especially to obtain the vanilla flavor in the ice cream and many other beverages, as well as the bakery industry. So the beetle or the bulat, then the lemongrass. So lemongrass, we sometime we use it as a spice for
Sarah?
සේර අපි සමහරවිට අපි පාවිච්චි කරනවා for the cooking purpose to during the preparation of the meat and fish. We use lemongrass, as well as we can obtain oil from the lemongrass. Then the ginger, iguru, the turmeric or kaha, and the areca nut, as well as goroka. So those are some examples for export crops. So in your home garden also, you have some of these crops. Sometime you may you are cultivating beetle, or you have a small ginger plant in your home garden, as well as some areca nut plants. Therefore, you know about those crops. Then today we will learn about some thing more than that. Okay, before that, I will again briefly explain the export crops industry or the market in our country. So do you know that Sri Lanka is the world's top exporter of cinnamon? So we can proudly say that. So most of the cinnamon, more than 90% of the cinnamon are produced from Sri Lanka. ශ්‍රී ලංකන් සිනමන් තමයි එතකොට හැම තැනකම තියෙන්නේ. ඔයාලා වෙන රටට ගිහිල්ලා පාවිච්චි කරත් ඒ අපේ ලංකාවෙන් යන සිනමන් තමයි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට. So as well as the Ceylon spices, sometimes you may heard that name. අපි spices වලට ගොඩක් ප්‍රසිද්ධ රටක්. So Ceylon spices, so produce range of spices, pepper, cloves, nutmeg, mace, and the cardamom with a unique flavor and aroma. So the nutmeg, do you know the nutmeg plant?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So the nutmeg, I think I didn't insert a photograph. This is the nutmeg. This is the nut. There are around the nut, there is another structure we call as mace. Yeah, here I think in this picture, in photograph, you can see it. This is the nutmeg nut, and inside this fruit we can identify the nut, and this fruit is covered by this layer. We call it as mace. So
වසාවාසද?
වසාවාසි කියලා කියන්නේ අපි. එතකොට අපි mace එක කියලා අපි හඳුනනවා. So it also we use as a spice. Okay, so the cardamom with a unique flavor and aroma. So most of the time in the cooking industry, we use those spices. You know, very spices. No? Okay, so the true cinnamon, Ceylon cinnamon, accounts for over 85% of the world market share. So as I mentioned earlier, so 80% of the world Ceylon market share, we have 80% of the world Ceylon market shares. And also the pure Ceylon cinnamon certification market registered in the European Union, USA, Colombia, Peru, and Mexico, like the European countries also. So the high quality essential oils for cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, and also the food ingredients. So I am not going to discuss about the cinnamon in detail because mainly today I am going to discuss about the tuber crops. So those are the ginger and the turmeric. So Brian sir will discuss about this cinnamon or the spices, and the indica sir, he will discuss about the stimulants or the beetle. Okay, then contribution of export agriculture crops to Sri Lankan economy. So these are 2016 figures. So you can find the updated figures in the internet. So, however, the Sri Lankan export agriculture crops mainly contribute to our economy, to GDP, gross domestic 0.4 to 0.5%. ප්‍රමාණ දල ජාතික නිෂ්පාදනය gross domestic production දල ජාතික නිෂ්පාදනයේ 4.5ක ප්‍රමාණයක contribution එකක් තියෙනවා, as well as to total agriculture export earning. So export agriculture crops contribute to 15% of the total earning, export earning. So in addition to the tea, rubber, coconut, so as well as the clothes and the what you call the නිමි ඇඳුම් කියලා කියන්නේ ඇඳුම් garment wares. So the export volume normally 44,000 metric tons we normally export per year altogether, as well as export earning around 51,000 million rupees. So normally the export agriculture crops are distributed among the countries all over the areas in Sri Lanka, wet zone, dry zone, as well as the intermediate zone. So the estimate land area around 110,000 hectares land area. Normally we can identify these crops, and also more than 600,000 stakeholders or the farmers or the employees are working with these crops. They are cultivating, they are producing some value-added products. So likewise, so estimate number of stakeholders are around 600,000 stakeholders. So by looking these figures, you can see that the export agriculture crops contribute huge in our economy, as well as it creates so many employment opportunities, as well as export earning. Therefore, it is very important to learn about these crops. Okay, here again, I have included some figures. In this table, you can see the trade situation of the export agriculture crops in 2016 in the world scenarios, as well as in Sri Lankan figures. So first, you can see the pepper, the export volume in the world around 373,000. So in Sri Lanka, around 7,895. So likewise, the cinnamon, cassia, I mean, there are several cinnamon grades. Later you will learn about them. So the cinnamon and the cloves, cardamom, nutmeg, coffee, cocoa, vanilla, likewise. So you can identify the world figures as well as in Sri Lankan figures also. So as I mentioned earlier, if you see closely, you can identify the cinnamon. So the world export volume was around 154,000 metric tons in 2016. So among them, Sri Lanka contribute 14,699 in Sri Lanka. So likewise, you can identify those figures, as well as in this graph, you can identify the fluctuation of this exportation of these products. So there's a first chart about the export of cinnamon from 2000 to 2017. So around these 17 years, you can see there are little bit fluctuations, but normally we can identify a increasing pattern of the export volume, as well as the clove and pepper, as well as the nutmeg also. So some like pepper, so some time we can identify in the some years and the yield differences. So it mainly depend on the market demand as well as the environment and other factors, or the production factors, cost of productions. Those things also affect to the export volume. So Sri Lankan spices, mainly we are exporting to the SAARC region countries such as India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Maldives, Nepal, like the SAARC region countries. So you can see mainly we export pepper to India, and also the clove, nutmeg. Also the India is our major, the main buyer of these spices. You can see the figures in 2016 as well as 2015. So not only the SAARC region, we are exporting our products to the non-SAARC region countries, European countries also, USA, France, Germany, Mexico, United Arabia, as well as Egypt, Japan, Australia, and the New Zealand. So likewise, we are export our spices to all over the country. So now using those figures, you can identify them. So the current value addition status of EAC crops. So mainly we export our these spices as raw products, as well as nowadays there is a huge trend to export these crops as value added products. So during the lecture, you will learn about what are the value added product we can obtain from these crops. So mainly the cinnamon we export as crushed or as a powder, grounded, or quills, like value added products. Pepper also, the white pepper, black pepper, like there are several value added products are available. So likewise, the value added product අපි කියන සිංහලෙන් අගය වැඩි කළ අගය එකතු කළ නිෂ්පාදනය කියලා. So in addition to just export to the cinnamon bark, we can produce cinnamon powder. So likewise, there are value-added products available. So we can obtain a higher export income by producing value-added product. So to export these crops, so we mainly target the international market or the export markets. So there are some trade agreements also available. Especially there is a free trade agreement with India. So it means 100% duty free for spice import, and also the adikanat from Sri Lanka with the country of origin, Sri Lanka, or with the 35% value addition for imported products. So likewise, some countries, they have released their duty free, they have released some tax barriers. So that is very important. So it is kind of encouragement to us to export more and more to those countries. So that's why we mainly export our products to India, because 100% duty free for Sri Lankan spices. So as well as in Pakistan, 100% duty free import of the cinnamon, clove, nutmeg, and also the maize. So likewise, there are some trade agreements are available. So those are some kind of encouragement to produce or export more products to those countries. Okay, that's all about the introduction about this crop. I briefly explained what are the meaning of the export agriculture crops and importance of these crops, and what are the current trends and opportunities of cultivating those products, those crops. Okay, so today I'm mainly discuss with you about two crops. Actually, those are spices as well as the tuber crops. So what are they? Ginger and the turmeric. So ginger and turmeric, I will discuss with you about the ginger and turmeric. So at the end of this lesson, you will be able to explain the agronomic practices as well as the processing technologies of these two crops, ginger and turmeric. Okay, first we will discuss about the ginger. Ginger. So ginger plant belongs to the family Zingiberaceae. Here you can see the family name Zingiberaceae and the genus Zingiber. So Zingiber is a genus. So altogether, its scientific name is Zingiber officinale. So the Zingiber officinale is the scientific name of this crop. So common name is ginger. The scientific name is Zingiber officinale. So it is a common and also the widely used spice. So you all may have seen and also tasted ginger several times in various forms, I guess. So as well as, are there any ginger farmers in this group? Any experience? Do you have any experience with this crop? Okay, so I guess definitely you should have this herb in your home because it has been commonly consumed as a spice as well as a herbal medicine for a long time. We use as a herbal also for different purposes. So it is very easy to cultivate in most part of the country. So propagation as well as the aftercare operation, well as application, harvesting and processing also very simple techniques we use, very simple. Therefore, most of the time අපි මල් පෝච්චි එකකුණත් මේ crop එක හදන්න පුළුවන්. Therefore, we cultivate this crop in our home garden.
As a corn,
Sorry?
as a corn, vegetative propagule.
Yes, most of the time we use the tubers as a vegetative propagation part. I will discuss them, okay? Okay, so first we will discuss about the uses and also the health benefits of ginger. As I mentioned earlier, we use this crop as a spice as well as a herbal. So due to its strong taste and also the aroma, you know, the ginger has its unique aroma as well as a unique flavor. ආවේනික සැරක් සහ සුවඳක් අපි තියෙනවා. So therefore, it is used to produce many bakery items, so flavor baked products as well as to produce curries as a spice. We use to produce some curries. And it is also applied in manufacturing of cosmetic as well as some perfumes also available. And in Sri Lanka, ginger rhizomes can be flayed while fresh or when dried, and also, as I discussed earlier, as value-added export crops. We use ginger rhizomes. So rhizome is the economically important part of this crop. අපි මේකේ rhizome එක අලය තමයි අපි පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. So as well as for many Ayurvedic medicine, indigenous medicine also, we use ginger. So here you can see in our day-to-day life, we use ginger to enhance the taste of our tea. And there are some sweet products also available, ginger powder also available, dried ginger chips like iguru dosi wala khala ඇති. as I mentioned earlier, some perfumes also, the cosmetic products also available with producing using this crop. So if we discuss about the health benefits of ginger, mainly it has many health benefits. So it is rich in various chemical compounds. So that's why it has a unique flavor, taste, as well as aroma. So including especially the phenolic compounds, as well as the polysaccharides and the lipids, organic acids, and also raw fibers. So those are the compounds we can identify in the ginger rhizome. So the health benefits of ginger are mainly attributed to its phenolic compounds. So mainly the phenolic compounds are responsible for those health benefits. So mainly the oleurescines and gingerberine. So these are two phenolic compounds. So these phenolic compounds are very important, gingerberine and oleurescines, for these health benefits. So oleurescines attribute to the properties such as pungency. Pungency, do you know the meaning of pungency? As well as the sorry?
Tiunu.
No, it has another different meaning. Pungency means actually the spices taste. අපි කියන්නේ සැරක් කියලානේ, සැර අපිට දෙන්න සැර. ඉගුරු කැලක් අපි නිකන් කෑම සැරක් දෙනවනේ. ඒක තමයි pungency කියලා කියන්නේ, සැර. As well as the anti-permeability properties also available. So when we talk about the oleucine, mainly the pungency as well as the anti-permeability properties are very important. So when we talk about the gingerberine, it is kind of a volatile oil, actually volatile oil. So these phenolic compounds are very important, as well as they decided the properties of ginger rhizome.
Ginger biscuits වල තියෙනව නේද මේ pungency?
Yes, not only the biscuit, all the products, if we obtain those products from the rhizome, so they have these compounds, these chemical compounds. සැර අපි ginger biscuit එකක් කෑමත් අපිට සැරක් දැනෙනවානේ. අපි දැන් තේ එකද ඉඟුරු කෑල්ලක් දාලා බොනකොට අපිට පොඩි වෙනසක් දැනෙනවා. So that's the reason behind that is these phenolic compound, especially the oleurescines. As well as ginger contain diverse bioactive compounds also. So that's why we use this crop as very important ingredient in Ayurvedic medicines, antioxidant ability, antimicrobial ability. So anti means they can react against the microbial activity. So that's why for during the fever or cold condition, we use the ginger more frequently. අපිට උණක් එම්බිසක් හදුනහම අපි හැමතිස්සෙම ඉගුරු පානය කරන්නේ, ඉගුරු බොන්නේ. So in the previous few years earlier also, if you remember, during the COVID season also, they advised to consume more ginger. අපිට ගොඩාක් ඉගුරු බාලා බොන්න කිව්වනේ, කොත්තමල්ලි වගේ දේවල්. Because ginger has antimicrobial properties. They can fight against the viruses, bacteria. As well as the cardiovascular properties and also anti-obesity. So the මහතයට කෙට්ටු වෙන්න. So obesity අයට කෙට්ටු වෙන්න අපිට පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. Anti-inflammability, anti-cancer ability also there. So if we consume this crop regularly, so we can avoid the problem like cancers and respiratory protective and anti-diabetic. So these are some other advantages of consuming this crop. So you can see there are several several health benefits of this crop. Okay, then let's discuss about the distribution of this crop. So especially this crop is mainly indigenous to the South China. So after that spread in other part of Asia and also the West Africa and also the Caribbean. So these are the main region we can identify this crop has distributed. So if we discuss about the history of ginger, based on the drip fissure, so before 3,000 years, ginger is believed to be originated in the South China, South Asia, especially indigenous South China. So it has been widely used in Chinese and also the Ayurvedic medicine in earlier. So in recent years, ginger has been cultivated as a commercial crop. So mainly they cultivated this crop for Ayurvedic purpose, but currently we cultivate this crop as commercial crop in many countries such as China, India, Pakistan, West Africa, and also the Taiwan. Those are some major ginger producing countries, cultivating countries. So these are the countries which cultivate ginger is large scale. So in Sri Lanka, we are not cultivating a high amount because the market vary. Sometimes we can obtain a higher price around 1,000, more than 1,000 per kilo, but some years we can achieve around 100. So likewise, there are a huge gap between the market value. So in Sri Lanka, cultivate all over the country in wet, dry, intermediate, like all over the country we can cultivate this crop. So the major growing areas mainly distributed among the wet and the intermediate zones. So it is limited to the dry zone. Mainly we can find the wet and the intermediate zones. So ginger is largely grown as intercrop. So if you remember about intercropping, last day I discussed about the coconut. During that time, I explained you we can intercrop coconut and ginger, as well as a home garden crop we cultivate ginger. So the areas such as Kurunegala, Kandy, Kampah, Colombo, Kegol. So these districts are main growing areas of this crop in Sri Lanka. So the total extent, the total land area cultivated extent in 2019 around 1,838 hectares, and total production in 2019 was 13,000 metric tons. So this is only the ginger. ginger විතරක් මෙච්චර ප්‍රමාණයක වගා කරනවා අපි හෙක්ටයාර 1,838ක් ඒ වගේම අපි 2019 metric tons 13,000කට වඩා වැඩි ප්‍රමාණයක් අස්වැන්නක් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් වුණා. Okay, then let's discuss about the plant morphological characters of this crop. So in this picture, you can identify the plant structure of a ginger plant. So can anyone tell me it is a perennial plant or it is an annual plant?
Annual plant.
Annual? No, actually this is a
Perennial.
perennial plant because
Dormancy.
as well as we can normally we maintain this crop for a seasonal crop. We plant them and after a certain time we uproot them. But if we put them in without harvesting, so we can cultivate this plant for several years. That's why the perennial plant. So ginger is a perennial plant. This plant live more than 2 years. Actually more than 2 years. අපි harvest කරන්නේ නැතුව මේක එහෙමම තිබුණොත් ඒ rhizome එකෙන් නැවතත් අලුතෙන් ආයි pseudostems ඇති වෙලා ආයෙත් crop එක වර්ධනය වෙනවා. So that's why we call this plant as perennial plant. So the pseudostem, here you can see in the pseudostem, mainly we can identify two components, above ground and underground. So the above ground, we can identify the pseudostem. So this is the pseudostem. Make a pseudostem. අපි සත්‍යකදක් නෙමෙයි pseudostem. So this pseudostem grows to a height about how much height? What is your guess? කොච්චරකට උසට යනවා ඇතිද මේ stem එක? ginger හදන අය දන්නව නේද?
5 to 10 centimeter.
5 to 10 centimeter.
Hydrate.
No, I mean the well-grown plant, not the small one. Mature plant. කොහොයාලා මේ ginger දැකලා තියෙනව නේද මේක මේ ලංකාවේ හැදෙන ගහක් නේ ඔයාලා දන්නවනේ. So normally the height about 30 to 100 centimeter. It means around 1 to 3 feet. සාමාන්‍ය අඩියක් සහ අඩි 3ක් අතර උසට මේක වර්ධනය වෙනවා. So depending on the availability of the sunlight and other environment conditions and the soil fertility, it will depends. But normally this pseudostem can grow about 30 to 100 centimeter in height. So it has a thick tuberous rhizome. So after that underground part rhizomes, this is a thick as well as the tuberous rhizomes. So the commercial products are the underground stem and this rhizome. So this is rhizome is the commercial product. So the economical value, well, part of this crop is this rhizome. So then what about the leaves? Leaves are bright in color. In this picture, so you can see the bright in color. So leaves shape is lanceolate shape. And also the length of the leaf, the normally around 15 to 20 centimeter with prominent longitudinal ribs we can identify. Here you can identify the longitudinal ribs. අපි පොල් ගහෙත් කතා කරේ පොල් අතේ rib එක කියලා කියන්නේ නාරටියනේ. පොල් නාරටිය පොල් අතේ. So likewise here the rib we can identify prominent longitudinal ribs. So normally the length of this leaf around 15 to 20 centimeters. Then flower. There are conical clusters of small yellow-green flowers marked with the purple speckles we can identify. So this is the ginger flower. So normally in the commercial scale, we uproot or we get the harvest before flower initiation. අපි මල් හැදෙන්න කලින් uproot කරලා yield එක ගන්නවා. Because if the flower initiation will start, yield may be decreased. So ginger root, including fibrous roots as well as fleshy roots also available. So these are the roots. Here you can see roots as well as there are some scale leaves also we can identify on the rhizome. And internode mean in between two nodes, the space we call as the internode. This is a node. Node can put ගැටි තියෙනවා. So in between the two nodes, that space we identify as internode.
Scale leaf කියන්නේ ශල්ක පත්‍රද?
Oh, ශල්ක පත්‍ර තියෙනවා. මේක to protect the rhizome, ශල්ක the scale leaf. Okay. So ginger roots are shallow, as I mentioned earlier. We can identify a taproot system. Shallow fibrous root system we can identify distributed within around 30 centimeter in depth or the 1 feet in depth in a soil, and only few reach the lower soil layers. So most of the time in the lower soil depth, these roots are spread. So however, ginger requires good condition in the soil as well as a fertilizer, water, as well as this crop also kind of shade loving plants. Therefore, those conditions are very important. Later we will discuss them. Okay, then let's discuss about the varieties. So there are several varieties there. So mainly there are three varieties grown in Sri Lanka. Those are the local ginger, Chinese ginger, and also the Rangoon ginger. So these are the three major varieties. So the local and or the Sri Lankan ginger variety has a small rhizome and white fibrous flesh. So here you can see a local variety. So it's compared to the Chinese and the Rangoon variety. The local variety has a smallest rhizomes. The rhizome is very small, as well as the flesh. Flesh can have rhizome එකකට පස්සේ ඒ ඇතුළ flesh එක මදය white fibers. You can find a lot of fiber. They're higher than the Chinese. සමහරට ඔයාලා දැක්ලා ඇති අපි ඉගුරු ගත්තොත් වර්ග mainly අපිට දෙකක් ගන්න පුළුවන් මාකට් එකේ තියෙනවා. rhizome එක කුඩා variety එකක්. ඒ තමයි local variety කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒ වගේම තියෙනවා rhizome එක ටිකක් ලොකු විශාලත්වයෙන් වැඩි variety එකක්. ඒක තමයි අපි Chinese ඉගුරු කියලා කියන්නේ. So with compared to the Chinese ginger variety, the local ginger variety, the Sri Lankan variety, has higher pungency as well as aroma compared to the other ginger variety. So therefore, normally the price of the local variety is also very high because it has a higher pungency than the Chinese variety, as well as the aroma also very high. So mainly this variety used to produce some beverages. Ginger beverages we use this local variety because of their strong aroma as well as a pungency of the taste. So beverages like the ginger beer, ginger tea, or the ginger bread and the ginger toffee. So most of those products we produce using this local ginger variety. So then the next one, Rangoon variety. So Rangoon mean rhizomes are medium in size in between the local and the Chinese ginger variety, as well as the well spread finger rhizomes we can identify. Fingers means these small projections you can identify. The rhizomes, there are small projections. අපි මේ විහිදලා තියෙන ඇඟිලි වගේ කොටස් වල තමයි fingers කියලා කියන්නේ. So well spread. So those fingers are well spread in Rangoon variety. So it is a characteristic. We can identify Rangoon varieties using that character. So they have rhizomes, the multiple fingerings. The number of fingers also higher than the local and the Chinese variety. So when considering about the flavor, aroma, or the fragrance, or the pungency, this variety has average level of those properties, means in between the local and the Chinese ginger variety. So this is the Chinese variety. Now in these two photographs, you can identify with compared to the Chinese and the Rangoon variety, sorry, local and the Rangoon variety, the Chinese variety or this variety has the rhizomes size is very high, as well as the number of fingers are very high in the Rangoon variety, and the local variety, the size of the rhizomes is very low. So the Chinese variety has watery rhizomes, not like the local variety. Normally, now local variety, the flesh is fibrous. Kudak fibrous, higher alayak tamai tiyenne local variety එකේ. But in the Chinese variety, it is very watery rhizomes. Kudak වතුර ගතිය වැඩි rhizome එකක් තමයි තියෙන්නේ. So pearl yellow in color. So Chinese ginger has a large rhizomes compared to other two varieties, but with compared to the size or with compared to the other two varieties, the flavor, fragrancy, or the pungency aroma is very low. So most of the time, it is mainly used for pickles. Pickles, since the taste is very low, we do not use to produce the other products like beverages or bakery items. We mainly used Chinese ginger to produce pickles. අච්චාරු වගේ දේවල් හදන්න පාවිච්චි කරනවා. Okay, so as I discussed earlier, here you can see the differences, different characters of each variety, local variety, Rangoon variety, and the Chinese variety. So now you know the local variety, the smaller rhizomes, Chinese varieties, the large rhizomes, as well as the Rangoon in between these two. The local variety, we can identify the fibrous flesh, but in the Chinese ginger, we can identify the watery flesh. Watery flesh means the rhizome contain high amount of water and low amount of fiber. So the rhizome's color, ash white in color. The Chinese ginger, normally pearl yellow flesh. We can identify pearl yellow. Then the taste and aroma is comparatively high in the local ginger. Chinese ginger comparatively low. The Rangoon ginger in between these two. So local ginger largely used for beverages product. The Chinese ginger largely used for pickle industry. The Rangoon ginger, the male character is the Rangoon ginger. We can identify well spread fingers, as well as the number of fingers also very high. Here you can see in the Chinese ginger, the number of fingers are very low, but in the Rangoon ginger, we can identify a high number of fingers as well as they are well spread. So these are the different characters. Using those characters, I guess now you can identify these two varieties. Okay, then it's time to discuss about the climate and the soil requirement for this crop. So ginger can be grown in diverse environment conditions successfully. So that's why I discussed with you earlier, all over the country, we can cultivate this crop, especially in the intermediate and wet zone. For successfully growth of this crop, the elevation should reach a maximum height of around 1,500 meter above sea level. So that's the ideal elevation or the altitude from about up to 1,500 meter from mean sea level. කියන්නේ අපිට මුහුදු මට්ටමේ ඉඳන් මීටර 1500ක් දක්වා උසකට මේ crop එක වගා ගන්න පුළුවන්. Up to 1,500 meters the mean sea level we can cultivate this crop successfully. As well as the annual rainfall should be around 1,500 millimeters or more. Okay, so I guess now you know the annual rainfall differences between three ecological zones. So normally, what is the average rainfall in the dry zone? Any idea? Dry zone?
1,750 millimeters.
Yeah, we're around 1,500 or 1,715. Yeah, okay, good. So then now you can see, so most of the time in the dry season, dry zone also, under the irrigated conditions, not the rain-fed conditions, under the irrigation conditions, we can cultivate this crop successfully. So soil type, mainly the loam with the good supply of humus soil is very best. for this crop because you know this crop is a tuber crop. Therefore, soil condition is very important to develop a very huge or the good rhizomes. Therefore, well drain as well as the loam soil is very important. So this soil should be very rich in the organic matter. You can incorporate manure, animal manure, and also the fertilizers in order to improve the fertility of the soil. However, this crop cannot grow in the water-logging conditions. So water-logging means so normally the soil should be well drained. වතුර හොදින් බැසලා යන පහතට බහින penetrate කරන soil එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. So if not, that soil we call as a waterlogged. වතුර රැඳෙන පසක් කියනවා. So waterlogged soil means the when we discuss about the soil structure, the percentage of the clay may be higher than the percentage of the soil. Soil එකේ තියෙන sand ප්‍රමාණයට වඩා clay ප්‍රමාණය අඩු වුනහම ඒ soil එකේ වතුර ඉක්මනින් බහින්නේ නැහැ, රදා පවතිනවා. So that soil we call as a waterlogged conditions. So under waterlogging condition, this crop we can't cultivate successfully because the mainly most of the diseases easily spread under that kind of conditions. So the rhizome may be rot, කුණු වෙලා යන්න පුළුවන් වතුර වැඩිපුර තිබ්බාම. සහ ගොඩක් වර්ෂා කාලයේ දැන් during the harvesting period, if maybe heavy rain, it also affect to the yield, rhizome yield, because අපි හරි වෙලාවට harvest කරේ නැත්නම් rhizome එක කුණු වෙලා යන්න පුළුවන් වතුර වැඩි වුණාම. Okay, so the pH around 5.5 to 6.5, slightly acidic to neutral pH value is suitable for this crop. As well as medium shade is good for successful growth. So if you have experience with the ginger cultivation, you know that shade is very important for this ginger plant. So the medium shade is good. So generally the warm temperatures with the medium shade are the ideal conditions for successfully cultivation of this crop. Okay, so now we are going to discuss about the crop establishment and the maintenance practices. So before that, do you have any questions up to now? Okay, there is one question. How many time take to flowering? So it depends on the variety. So normally it will take around more than 9 months, or 9 to 10 months. So normally the harvesting period of this crop also around 8, 9, 10 months, around 9 months. So it means if we, okay, during the harvesting I will discuss them. If not, I will not be able to cover the turmeric within the 2 hours. Okay, so if you have any question, please ask. Okay, then let's discuss about the crop establishment and also the maintenance practices. Okay, so stem rhizomes are used for propagation of the ginger. So therefore, the matured lateral rhizomes are the most suitable planting material. Here in this picture, you can see the planting material. So normally a piece of rhizome should be around the weight around 30 to 40 gram in weight and about the 2.5 to 5 centimeter in length or the long. So that kind of small rhizomes is suitable for field planting. As well as it should contain at least one good bud, at least one good bud. Here you can see there are 1, 2, 3, 3 buds we can identify. So at least one bud should be there. So as well as the planting material requirement is around 8 140 to 1,700 kilograms per hectare. It means per hectare we should around near to 1,500 kilograms of rhizomes for hectare. So you can use ginger seed as also the planting material, not only rhizomes. So when you use seeds, deep planting of seed is discouraged. So normally we do not plant so seeds in very deep. Seed දාදී. Seed also we can use as a planting material, but most of the time we use rhizomes, or you use vegetative propagation method to obtain new plants. So now you know ginger is a seasonal crop. So what is the best time to cultivate or plant ginger? Normally the planting season is the middle of March and early April. So this is the planting season. So because we select this season, at that season, we have received the monsoon rain, end of the monsoon rain, and the soil condition as well as the climate conditions are good. So that's why we use that season. අපි මාර්තු සහ අප්‍රේල් අතර කාලය තමයි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඉගුරු හිටවන්න ගන්නෙ. ඊට කලිනුත් හොඳ නෑ, ඊට පස්සෙත් හොඳ නෑ. ඊට පස්සේ උනාම harvest එක ගන්නකොට වර්ෂාවෙන් ප්‍රශ්න එනවා. ඊට කලින් අපි හිටෙව්වොත් මේ අප්‍රේල් වල තියෙන ලොකු වැස්සෙන් හානියක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. So this season mainly in the dry, intermediate and the wet zone, but in the dry zone, are there anyone from the Anuradhapura or the dry zone area? So if you are coming from that kind of area, you have that experience. So normally in the dry zone, ginger is cultivated in September to October. So the March and early April we use in the intermediate and the wet zone, but in the dry zone we cultivate in September to October. Depending on the weather pattern or the rainfall pattern, the cultivation seasons are different in dry zone and the wet zone. Okay, then after that, if we selected that good quality planting material, the pre-treatment also another important practices, because most important thing is to use planting material which are free from pest and diseases. Sometime during the field, there are some pest or diseases are still there. Therefore, we should select the planting material from high yielding cultivations. Before planting, seed rhizomes should be treated with the fungicide. So as fungicide, we can use the Captan or the Mancozeb, 80% Mancozeb. We can use as planting material. So what we do here, so normally we add around 30 gram of Captan or the Mancozeb like fungicide in 10 liter of water, and we dilute it. So after that we immerse, or we put all the planting materials here around 30 minutes. So during that time, if there are any kind of fungal, so they destroy, because we use fungicide as a treatment. So after that, we can start the field planting. Before that, we should prepare our land or the field. So then the first you should plow the field up to 35 to 40 centimeter or 1 feet, 1.5 feet depth, and soil tilling should be done here, because I mentioned earlier during the root morphology, the root may be penetrated around 1 feet. Therefore, around 1.5 feet we should plow. හොඳට ඒක පස පෙරලන්න ඕනේ. As well as soil tilling should be very important. Soil tilling පස පෙරලන එක හොඳට කරන්න ඕනේ. Because we should obtain or we should have a good quality soil because to produce a good quality shaped rhizomes. It is very important to have a good quality soil because hard soil is the reason for malformation of the rhizomes. අපි soil එක හොඳට පෙරලලා කැටපොඩි කරලා හදාගත්තේ නැති වුණොත් එහෙම hard soil එක නැතිුනේ ගොඩක් rhizomes වලට penetrate වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ වගේම තමයි hard soil එකේ මේ rhizomes easily spread වෙන්නේ නැහැ. Therefore the rhizomes may be malformed due to the hard soil conditions. So normally here you can see here we can plant ginger in. So okay, so can we plant ginger in the sunken bed or the raised bed? What is your opinion? I think you have already covered the agronomy lectures part. Therefore you know those things. Dry zone, wet zones, as well as the sunken bed, raised bed. What do you think? Can we plant ginger in sunken bed or the raised bed? Which bed type is
Raised
suitable?
bed?
Raised bed?
Raised bed, sir.
Okay, yes. Usually ginger is planted in a raised bed. Raised කියන්නේ අපි උස්සපු පාත්වල තමයි අපි හදන්නේ. Or if not, we can plant in a ridge and furrow method. Ridge and furrow method. In here you can see this is a ridge and furrow method. This is a ridge. After that furrow. So we can plant ginger in ridge. If we use the ridge and furrow method, we can plant the ridge. Okay, so this is the ridge and furrow method. මේ විදිහට අපිට පාත්‍යයක් හදනවා නම් අපි මේ විදිහට පාත්‍යයේ ridge furrows හදලා හදන්න පුළුවන්. So this is a ridge. So this is a furrow. අපි කඳු සහ කාණු අතර කරනවා. මේ ridge එකේ අපිට පුළුවන් මේ විදිහට වගා කරන්න. So this is the ridge and furrow method. Or if not, we can use the sunken bed like this, and we can plant them in a row within this spacing. Okay, so when we considering about the bed side, the suitable width of bed is around 105 or around 1 meter. So that's the most suitable length. So we can handle all the agronomic practices in that length, that width, palala. And we can adjust the length according to our requirement as well as the availability of the space. So normally height of the bed is about here you can see, and the width is around 105 centimeter. Height is around 22 centimeter, and the length we can adjust according to our requirement. So spacing normally between the rows 25 centimeter, between the plant 25 centimeter. Normally 25 to 25 centimeter is the spacing. So 4 rows per bed is suitable. So normally the width of the bed is 1 meter. So within that 1 meter length we can easily place 4 rows. So the planting often grown in ridge and depth around 4 to 10 centimeter depth. Here you can see in this picture, we do not use very deep planting hole. Around 4 to 10 centimeter depth is suitable. Okay, then here you can see the spacing in between the two plants, 25 centimeter. Between the 2 rows, again 25 centimeter. As well as in this picture, you can see the planting spacing size of the bed. So the planting should be done after the rain. It is very important after the rain. So that's why we select that the end of the April as a planting season. So if the rain is not available, so we can apply the water or we can irrigate. We can use the moisture conservation practices. So the irrigation and the mulching, those are the management practices. We should irrigate the crop regularly. So normally irrigation, when the rainfall is limited, irrigation is done. It is very important. So as well as the mulching is very important to protect the moisture, preventing evaporation. So as mulching material, we can use the paddy straw, the coir dust, or dry leaves, or the coconut leaves as a mulching material. So these are most suitable mulching material you can find easily around your area. So these are the advantages of the mulching. In addition to the preventing the evaporation, with suspension, water retention in soil, reduce the soil erosion, enhance soil quality, and reduce fertilizer leaching. So those are the mulching. So as well as another important thing is application of the organic manure also very important to obtain better or the healthy soil. Very important to application of the organic fertilizers as cow dung and other organic fertilizers. So here in this picture, you can see the ginger plants as well as the covered with the mulch, applied the mulch. Then the weeding, first weeding, once month after planting, we can start the first weeding, as well as 3 months after planting, we can do the second weeding. So the cleaning, drains, and earthing up also done with the weeding. So normally after the second weeding, it means after 3 months of time, the plants are well developed, the canopy is well developed. Therefore, the chance to develop weed is very low after the 3 months. So during the weeding time, we can clean the drains. As well as the earthing up. Earthing up means we cover the root area using the soil. So earthing up means like this, we can put soil around the root area. So this practice we call as earthing up. So if we use that kind of practices, so what happened? The developed rhizomes also, European rhizomes develop well. That's therefore it is very important to earthing up during the weeding. So the fertilizer application. So this plant is very highly responsible for the fertilizers. So manure application is very important, as I mentioned earlier. Very important to application of the manure, animal manure or other fertilizer, organic manure. So as well as these are the application rates in this table you can see. Normally per hectare we should apply 20 metric tons of organic fertilizers. So at the time of planting, we should apply as a base of dressing, as well as the TSP around 100 kilograms per hectare we should apply during the planting stage. So after that, we should apply 2 top dressings. The first application we should done after 1 month after the planting. So at that time, we apply urea and MOP. The amount rates are 82 kilograms per hectare of urea and 42 kilograms of MOP or the muriate of potash per hectare. So after that, 3 months after planting, we should apply again the same rates, urea and the MOP. So here earlier, there are 2 weeds weeding periods. So after the weeding, immediately after the weeding, we can apply the fertilizer. First we should do the weeding. After that, we can apply the fertilizer. So in addition to that, dolomite also mixed to the soil immediately after the ploughing at the rate of around 2 metric tons per hectare. So especially, dolomite, it is very important in a low pH soil. If we add dolomite into the low pH soil, then soil pH is increasing, as well as dolomite contain calcium and magnesium. Therefore, dolomite also very important. So to get a higher yield, we can apply sawdust, ash, or biochar. So we can incorporate to the field. So this is the Department of Agriculture recommended fertilizer application. So fertilizer is applied in 3 times: basal dressing as well as 2 top dressings. Okay, so now after that, what we can do, we have to manage our crop. We should protect our crop from the pests and diseases. So most common pest attacks are root knot nematodes and also the stem borers attack. So this is the most common pest. So stem root knot nematodes attack the root, shoot borer attack to the shoot. So the fungal diseases, the leaf spot, and also the soft root of rhizomes. Again, fungus also attack to the leaf as well as the rhizomes. So bacteria attack to again and the rhizomes and this die of the whole plant. සම්පූර්ණ ගහම විල්ටලා යනවා. So the bacteria diseases. Okay, then I will briefly explain about the diseases and the pests and diseases. So the root knot nematode, so this is a pest attack. So the nematodes, nematodes again passe in the. So therefore, especially in the hot climates, their population is very high. So the larvae infect the plant root. So what happened? After they infect the plant, development root knot galls. Here you can see roots galls. So consume the plant nutrients. So the attack occur in patches in the field. So visual symptoms, growth reduction, we can identify as a visual symptoms. nematodes line සම්පූර්ණ soil එකේම එක patch එකකට infect වෙන්න පුළුවන්. So the stem borer, this is another pest disease. So the larvae of the stem borer feed on the internal tissue of the pseudostem. Now you know what is the pseudostem, and it interrupt the translocation of the water and the nutrient from root to the leaves. So symptoms are yellowing and the drying of leaves or infested pseudostem. You can see the larvae and the adult here. So larvae feed on the stem එක tissues ගන්න නිසා stem එක damage වෙනවා. So this presence of the borehole on the pseudostem. So we can identify their damage. We can identify borehole. damage කරපු stem එකේ hole එකක් හදාගෙන තියෙන තැන අපිට hole එක identify කරගන්න පුළුවන්, as well as the fragrance is excluded through the hole. So due to their reactions, they remove some feces. So we can identify extruded of those feces through that hole and withered and yellow center shoot. So finally, the central shoot, the plant withered සම්පූර්ණයෙන් කසේ මැද කොටස සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම වීලිලා යනවා දකින්න පුළුවන්. So the diseases, the leaf spot fungal diseases is most common. So the causal organism is a fungi. So symptoms are start as a water soaked patch and turn into white color. Here in these pictures you can see mainly attack to the leaves. That's why leaf spot fungus disease we call it as. Then the spots surrounded by the brown margins and the yellow you can identify first water soak and වතුරේ තෙත් වෙලා වගේ තියෙන තුවාල වගේලා තියෙනවා white color. So after that it convert into the yellow color, then finally whole leaf will dry. So due to the reduction of the photosynthesis area, so what happened finally, the yield may be reduced. So that is the final result of this disease attack. So the soft root of rhizome fungal disease, again this is a fungal disease attack to the root or the rhizome. So younger sprout susceptible for the pathogens. So that's why mainly during the initial stage, we should treat the planting material with the Captan to avoid this soft root disease, because in the initial stage or the younger stage, the plant's root may be very susceptible for this disease. Infection start at the collar region of the pseudostem and gradually spread throughout the root system. So affected pseudostem become water soak and rotting spread to the rhizomes, and finally you can see rhizome completely rot, සම්පූර්ණයෙන් කුණු වෙලා යනවා. So this condition, so this disease attack is very high in wet conditions, water log condition එකක මේ attack එක තවත් වැඩි. So what are the control methods? So to control these diseases and also the pest, we have to select the good quality planting materials, as well as to avoid the diseases. We can apply fungicide, Captan, Mancozeb like fungicide, Borax mixture like fungicides we can apply, as well as in the severe stage, we have to cut and remove the plant. We have to remove, uproot and remove the plants. Early stage, we can cut and remove the infected plants or infected leaves, but in the severe stage, we have to remove them. We have to uproot and remove them and burn. So these are, next we will discuss about the bacteria diseases. Here you can see the bacteria wilt. So symptoms of the bacteria wilt are wilting. Wilt wilt and yellowing of the lower leaves and spread upwards until all the leaves are yellow. Initially, this wilting starting from the outer leaves and gradually spread into the middle leaves. So vascular tissues dark to black color and the plant eventually collapse. Wilt නගන සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම ගහ කඩාගෙන වැටෙනවා මේක නිසා. So as well as vascular tissues. Yes. Okay. So the disease rhizomes dark in color, and also the water soak areas you can identify, and when cut have a milk white exudates. It means when we cut the infected rhizomes, after that we can identify the milk white exude. කියන සුදු පාට දියරයක් පෑහෙනවා දකින්න පුළුවන්. ඒක කුණු වෙලා ඉන්ෆෙක්ට් වුණාට පස්සේ. Okay, so overall, to control those pests and diseases, so we can remove and destroy all infected plants, as well as control nematodes, as well as we can do the crop rotation practices to avoid the soil-borne pathogens, and also the bacteria can transfer through the farm soil. Therefore, it is very important to fumigate our soil, as well as wash and expose them to the heat before using the another field, especially the farm tools. We should wash carefully. We should do that to avoid the bacteria and other pests and diseases to control. Okay, so after that, we can get a harvest. So normally after the field planting, around 8 to 10 months after planting, and සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි අවුරුද්දකට වඩා අඩු කාලයක් ඇතුළතදී harvest එක ගන්නවා. So we can get harvest when leaves turn yellow and wilt, as well as we can identify the stem lodge. It collapse. Stem එක කඩන් වැටෙනවා. ඒක එතකොට අර bacteria hari diseases එකක් නිසා නෙවෙයි naturally, as well as the leaves turn into the yellow color and they wilt and dry. So here in the first picture you can see, so that is the correct stage for harvesting. Normally it will take around 8 to 10 months after planting. So the average yield around 20 to 30 tons of fresh ginger per hectare. So if we cultivate ginger in a hectare, so we can get a 30 to 20 tons of fresh ginger like here. So if planted in March or the April season, I mean in the wet or intermediate sort, so it means after 8 to 10 months. So it means December or the January of the next year. So we can get the harvest. So ginger is ready to be harvested by December or January after 8 to 10 months. So normally එතකොට මාර්තු අප්‍රේල් season එකේ තමයි අපි ginger හිටවන්නේ. and December January කාලේ කොට අපිට ගලවන්න පුළුවන්. ඒතකොට මෙන්න මේ December January කාලේ තමයි කරන ගොඩාක් ඉගුරු වල මිල ගොඩාක් අඩුයි. දැන් මේ කාලේ ගත්තොත් දැන් මේ ජූලයි ඔගස්ට් ගත්තොත් ගොඩාක් දැන් ඉගුරු වල මිල වැඩි. මොකද මේ කාලේ ඉගුරු ගැලවෙන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් අපි ගත්තොත් December January එකට ගොඩාක් මිල අඩු වෙනවා. මොකද එතකොට අර අප්‍රේල් March season එකේ හිටවපු ඉගුරු ඔක්කොම ඒ කාලේ තමයි ගැලවෙන්නේ. ඒකට November, December, January, February කාලෙකට ආයි මිල අඩු වෙනවා. So likewise, this is a seasonal crop. The seasonal variation are there. Those things determine the price of the crop. So we can notice the harvest time using those visual symptoms, and we can do the harvest. Okay, then I will share a small video clip with you. And so it will explain about the harvesting and aftercare operations. So before discussing about the rest of the things, let's discuss this video clip, and after that we will discuss. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then watch carefully and try to identify how do they practice the harvesting and what are the aftercare operations.
Hello everyone, nice to meet you in this video. Today we'll learn about ginger cultivation in Japan. Ginger root or ginger is widely used as spice and folk medicine. Ginger was originated from island Southeast Asia. It is a popular plant in Japan where they eat seafood with ginger and drink ginger tea. Now let's find out how it is grown and harvested.
Welcome to All Farm.
Use a machine to dig trenches. Very simple to ginger seedling. People use fresh ginger branches harvested before. Spring is the ideal season to grow. Ginger needs a lot of moisture while actively growing. The soil should never dry out. Don't overwater though, because the water that drains away will take nutrients with it. It takes 3 months for ginger to grow like that, and we need to eliminate harmful grass. If you don't have good soil, or if you're growing ginger in some standard-bought potting mix, then you have to feed it regularly. After 8 to 10 months, we can harvest. The harvest is done by hand. Because it takes 10 months to harvest, 1 year is only one crop. Ginger has the richest amount of proteins, vitamins, calcium, and iron. The ginger plant grows in huge size and spreads horizontally. So you can see big roots intertwining like that, and will have big ginger. Next, we'll clean the ginger before bringing it to the factory. Clean the soil and wash with water. At the factory, it will sort and pack.
Okay, can you see my screen again?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, then we will discuss about the harvesting and aftercare operations. Okay, so after the harvest, the first thing we should do is washing. So the washing is very important to remove any excess sand between the fingers. So fingers, I think now you know, these are the fingers. Fingers can mean nerum or fingers. So in between these fingers, there may be some sand particles or soil particles. So we should remove them. Therefore, the washing is very important. So after completing the washing, dry it for 1 day and place in polypropylene lined polysac bags to be issued to the market as raw ginger. So if we produce a raw ginger, so really simple. First we should wash them and we should dry them 1 day, dry for 1 day, and then we can put into the bags and we can issue them to the market as raw ginger. So that's simple. So, but as I mentioned earlier, there are some value-added products. So then the peeling, after the washing, we can peeling or the removing the rhizomes. So we can do it. Ginger rhizome should be soaked in water for 1 night, and the outer skin can be removed carefully. So this is here you can see after removing the skin or peel, we can get a clean rhizome like this. The outer skin we can remove carefully if we soak the rhizome in water for 1 night overnight. Then after that, the drying is very important again. So the peel ginger should be dried for about 1 week until the moisture percentage reduce up till 12%. To achieve this 12%, this moisture level, we should dry properly this peeled ginger rhizomes. It will take around 1 week. So the dried ginger can be stored in a polypropylene lined polysac bag for further uses. So here you can see after the drying, this is the bottom picture here, the dried peeled ginger rhizomes. So according to our requirement, we can produce the raw ginger or dried ginger. So like kites, we can decide them. But there are several value-added products of ginger are available. So the dried ginger or the bleached ginger slices, ginger powder, ginger oil, and ginger oleresins. So we can isolate the oleresin and we can sell them as ginger oleresins using the ginger oil. Likewise, these are the value-added products. So the dried ginger here in the first picture, you can see the skin is peeled mechanically or manually. Normally, there are in the factory level, there are some machines also available for mechanically remove the skin peel, and then it dried in mechanically dries. Normally, the ovens also available to dry them without taking much time and maintaining the temperature. Then after that, the dried or the dehydrated ginger is then packed into suitable containers for further use. So the bleached ginger mean here in second picture you can see bleach mean the dry ginger is prepared by peeling out like the previous I discussed about it. Then what happened here? Then it is known as normally that this is a unbleached ginger. So the bleached ginger is prepared by peeling off the outer skin, stepping in a solution of the milk of the lime and dry them sun. So yeah, the difference between after removing the peel, we should put them into the lime solution. So after that, we should again dry. So that process we follow to produce bleached ginger. So sliced ginger slices also we can obtain. We can dry them easily. Then also after producing dried ginger, we can powder them and produce ginger powder. And ginger oil also we can extract using rhizome. So these are the value-added products. To more than just sell as a raw ginger, we can produce these value-added products. So these are other value-added products: preserved ginger products, ginger candy and ginger chutney, ginger paste, ginger in syrup, sugar syrup. So these are some value-added products, as well as some beauty products also available. Here you can see some cosmetics also available using ginger. Okay, that's all about the ginger. I discuss mainly the morphological parts, agronomy, as well as the harvesting and processing. Okay, any question? Okay, then I will start to discuss about the turmeric because now it's 9:40. So okay, so the turmeric in Sinhala we call kaha. So I think in the Tamil they call this crop as manjal podi. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So in English we call as turmeric. So kaha or manjal podi or the turmeric. So when we discuss about the scientific name, we call as Curcuma domestica. So Curcuma domestica is the scientific name. The turmeric also coming under the Zingiberaceae family, Zingiberaceae. So the chemical composition or the importance of this crop also mainly contain essential oil and also the curcumin, 5% of curcumin and 5% of the essential oil in rhizome. Especially the curcumin is the compound responsible for the color. You know, the turmeric, it has unique yellow color. So it's mainly due to this curcumin. So let's talk about the products and uses of this crop or this rhizome. So whole dried form and also as a powdered form is available in the market. So most of the time we use turmeric powder to prepare curries. It is also used as ingredient in the preparation of the curry mixtures in our day-to-day life, and also the turmeric is mainly used as a flavoring and also the coloring agent in the food industry to get that unique yellow color. And also the turmeric oil. Here you can see the turmeric oil. Turmeric oil and also the oleresins are extracted from the turmeric rhizome, which is mainly used as the coloring and the flavoring agent in the food industry. So it is also used as a coloring agent in the textile and preparation of the specific paints, not in the food industry. Textile industry also use this turmeric, and also in the Ayurvedic and also the Chinese medicine, turmeric is a common ingredient mostly used in the Chinese and also the Ayurvedic medicine. And also in India, turmeric is largely used as disinfectant in day-to-day life and also the religious ceremonies. So most of the time, you know, we use turmeric as disinfectant agent. පිරිසුදු කාරකයක් විදිහට අපි කහ භාවිතා කරනවා. අපි ගෙවල් වලට කහ හිනවා. So likewise, it's a tradition to use turmeric for those purposes. So do you know about the history of the turmeric? Actually, turmeric has been used in India for more than 5,000 years now. It means it is more older than the ginger. No? Okay, so initially it was cultivated as a coloring agent or dye acid because that unique color, unique yellow color. Therefore, first cultivated as a coloring agent. Then it is highly used for cosmetic and the beautification process and as a medicine. So after that, used for those purposes, and finally later it become popular as a spice. So nowadays we use as a spice, coloring agent, as well as cosmetic compound. Okay, so the major growing areas, turmeric is growing in the wet and intermediate zone of the Sri Lanka because this crop also the same as the gingers, same family. So most of the time, intermediate zone and the wet zone of Sri Lanka, we cultivate this crop as a monocrop as well as the intercrop. Under coconut, also we can intercrop ginger as well as the turmeric. So major growing district are Kurunegala, Gampaha, Kalutara, Kandy, Matale, and also the Ampara. So those are the districts we can identify. Turmeric mostly distributed. Then the varieties. There are a number of local grown varieties are available, but they are not specifically identified. There are several varieties available, but there are no specifically identified varieties available. So there are important varieties also available. So some important varieties like Gunta, Puna, and Madura Simachal, like imported varieties also available, and they have been mixed with the local varieties. So now the local and the imported varieties are mixed. But only local selections are grown in Sri Lanka. So the local selections are used to grow in Sri Lanka, not the imported varieties. Here in these photographs also you can see the different shape or sizes of those varieties. Then these are the soil and the climatic requirement for turmeric cultivation, as same as this ginger, grown in the tropics areas, altitude around up to 1,500 meters from the mean sea level, and the annual rainfall around 1,000 to 2,000 millimeters rainfall per year, and the temperature around 20 to 35 Celsius temperature. Okay, so for the successful growth, those climate requirements are very important. So however, turmeric also we can plant or we can cultivate in dry zone under irrigation conditions. Under irrigation conditions, we can cultivate turmeric in dry zone also. So when considering about the soil properties, so loose soil mean loose high porosity, well drained soil is very important, sandy clay loam soil, sorry, rich with the organic matter, and sand, loam, loose soil are very most suitable soil type for cultivating turmeric. So same as earlier I explained, poorly drained, rocky, or the clay or the waterlogged soil is not suitable. Soil type, again, 5.5 to 6.5 is best. This crop also shade loving, therefore the medium shade is most suitable. If the shade is very high, so what happens? Yield may be reduced, declines the yield. Therefore, the medium shade is suitable. So, therefore, this crop can grow successfully as an intercrop the coconut or as well as a banana. We can easily intercrop this crop. Okay, now we are going to discuss about the crop establishment practices. The first practice is the selection of the suitable planting material. So now you have experience with selecting ginger rhizome, ginger planting materials. So let's discuss how do we select the good quality planting material in turmeric cultivation. So as planting material, there are two types of rhizomes, as mother rhizomes as well as the finger rhizomes. So among them, we mainly use for the planting purposes mother rhizome, finger rhizomes, because finger rhizomes is well, as well as we can get a yield in a short period than the mother rhizomes. Therefore, we use finger rhizomes. So mature finger rhizomes are the most suitable planting materials. But if you want, we can use the mother rhizomes also, but the finger rhizome is the best. A piece of rhizome should be around 30 to 50 gram in weight, as well as it should be again having one or two buds, more than at least one bud should be there. So planting material should be free from diseases, as well as we should select the rhizomes from high yielding cultivations. So here again, we should do the before planting, we should do that treatment. It means we should immerse the rhizomes in a fungicide mixture. We can use the mancozeb as fungicide and dilute in 10 liters of water, and we should dip them around 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough to avoid fungal growth during the planting. So the planting material requirements is around 1,500 to 2,000 kilogram of rhizomes per hectare. So that is the planting material requirement. So after selecting good quality rhizomes and after doing that treatment, we can start the field planting. So turmeric is planted in raised bed or ridges like same as the uh, ginger. So the field should be ploughed up to 30 to 40 centimeter in depth and tilled soil is done. So the morphology is same as the ginger. Therefore, the soil also we should plough around 35 to 40 centimeter, as well as the well-tilled soil is very important to get a better yield, well-developed rhizome. So beds are 4 feet in width and also recommended length. We can adjust it. Normally around 10 feet is more suitable. The length vary. අපි දිග අපිට කැමති පරිදිහට අපිට දිග තියාගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක ප්‍රශ්න නැහැ. හැබැයි පළල තමයි හදිස්සියම අපිට manage කරන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රමාණිකින් width එක තියාගන්න ඕනේ. So the height of the bed is about 20 centimeter and also there should be a drainage facilities also should be there in between the beds. So the spacing here 30 to 30 centimeter is the spacing. It's much higher than the ginger. So as well as close spacing gives a higher yield due to restriction shoot growth. Therefore, we should be avoided to increase the length spacing more than the 30 to 30 centimeter. Okay, so the planting depth around 5 to 7.5 centimeter. This is the ideal planting depth. The planting season again same. The main season is March, April, as well as there is a minor season in the dry area under the irrigate conditions. September to October is the minor season, mainly in the dry areas they use to plant that period. So after planting, mulching is very important to protect moisture as well as control the weed. Paddy husk, square dust, or dry leaves, Glycidia leaves, or any other suitable mulching material we can use. Available low-cost material we can use immediately after completing the planting. So the weed control also very important. Early stage of the growth, we can control the weeds. So after that, the fertilizer application. Here you can see in this table fertilizer recommendation. So organic manure also we should apply before during the planting, as well as there are 3 fertilizer application, 1 base dressing and the 2 top dressings. So urea, TSP and MOP we should add according to the given recommendation. Okay, then we will discuss about the pests and diseases. So there are main pest also diseases we will discuss. So the stem borer is a major pest in turmeric cultivation. So adult moth lays egg in the leaf sheaths and the caterpillar enters to the pseudostem. So then the damage is the internal tissues by the caterpillar, and initially plants become yellowing and then turn into the brown and die. So same as the stem borer in the ginger cultivation. Here the caterpillar damaged the internal tissues of the plant, and what happened after that, the leaves dry and finally plant dry off. Then also the dead heart symptoms is also the clear evidence of identification of this attack, presence of this stem borer. Dead heart කියලා කියන අපේ ගොයන් වලත් තියෙනවානේ dead heart කියන එක. අපි බල හදවත කියලා කියන්නේ මෙතනදී සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම pseudostem එකට damage කරන නිසා සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම ගහ මැදින් කඩන් වැටෙනවා. ඒක තමයි මල හදවත කියන්නේ. ගහට සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම හානියක් වෙනවා. So here also we can identify the dead heart symptom. So the damaged plant parts have to be destroyed to control the spread, as well as we can use the recommended insecticide as a sprayer we can use to control methods. As diseases of turmeric cultivation, so we can identify leaf blotch disease. So leaf blotch disease caused by a fungus. So the yellow patches appear first and then spread to the whole leaf. So this is the symptom. First we can identify a yellow patch. After that, that yellow patch is spread to whole leaf. So at the serious stage, leaves look scorch kanna pichila wage tiyena. So control methods, we can use protection measures, and at the severe stage we can use the fungicide like mancozeb. We can spray mancozeb, as well as the most important thing is it is avoid to their damage. We can obtain the good quality planting material. We should treat the planting material before field planting. So therefore very important to select during the selection of the planting material, we should select the rhizomes without pest and diseases, free from the pest and diseases. So other than those diseases, turmeric, there are some other diseases also available: leaf sun scorching, leaf rot, and rhizome rot. Those are some minor diseases, but mainly the stem borer and the leaf blotch diseases we can identify in turmeric cultivation. So the harvesting. So after 8 to 10 months after field planting, we can obtain the harvest. So harvesting is done when the lower leaves turn yellow. So same as the ginger, it will take around 8 to 10 months, and also the symptoms: turning the leaves to yellow color, dry off, and plant wilt. So those are the symptoms. So rhizomes are usually dug carefully by hand during the harvesting without damage to the rhizomes. So normally the average yield around 13 to 25 metric tons per hectare. So this average we can obtain under proper management conditions. So as I mentioned earlier, if the major planting season is March to April. So if we planted turmeric in March-April season, then the turmeric is ready to be harvested in December and January. So same as the turmeric, during the December and January, we can obtain the harvest. Okay, then I will again show a video clip about the harvesting and processing technologies of the turmeric. Then we will watch them and discuss about the harvesting techniques. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
On behalf of Indian Institute of Food Processing Technology under the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, I welcome you all for the video demonstration session on processing of turmeric under capacity building activity of PMFME scheme. Turmeric, a powerful spice with medical qualities, has been used over the centuries in various recipes. The golden spice has enriched various foods, medicines, and even cosmetics. The plant belongs to the ginger family and is native to Southeast Asia. There are various products that we can get through turmeric, But in this video, we will focus on processing of turmeric for turmeric powder. The processing of turmeric into the powder form requires extra care and is done in various steps. Let's start from the top. Step 1. Harvesting. Turmeric is harvested when the plants are between 7 and 8 months of age, when the stems and leaves start to dry out and die back. The whole plant is removed from the ground, taking care not to cut or bruise the rhizomes. Step 2. Post-harvest cleaning and sweating. The leaves are removed from the plant and the roots are carefully washed to remove soil. Leaf scales and long roots are trimmed off. The lateral branches, which are known as the fingers of the rhizomes, are removed from the main central bulb, which is also known as the mother rhizome. The mother rhizome and fingers are heaped separately, covered in leaves and left to sweat for 1 day. The mother rhizome is the preferred material for planting the following year. Step 3. Curing. After cleaning, fresh rhizomes have to be cured. This involves boiling the roots to soften them and remove the raw odor. After curing, the starch is gelatinized, which reduces the drying time required, and the color is uniformly distributed throughout the rhizome. The specifications of curing turmeric vary from different places. For the curing process, the fingers and the mother rhizomes are boiled. The curing time for fingers should be between 45 minutes to 65 minutes, and for mother rhizome, it should be between 45 minutes to 90 minutes in boiling water. If not boiled for long enough, the rhizome will be brittle. It is recommended to use perforated containers with a capacity of 50 to 75 kg. The best time for curing is 2 to 3 days after harvest. If it is delayed after this, then the rhizomes may start to deteriorate. Step 4. Drying. After curing, the rhizomes are sliced before drying to reduce the drying time and to improve the quality of the final product. Turmeric is placed to be dried in the open. It may take 10 to 15 days for the rhizomes to become completely dry, although artificial drying gives a brighter product than sun drying. It is important that the rhizome pieces are not placed in direct sunlight, as this will cause the color to fade. Using a mechanical dryer will result in a better color and a higher quality product. There are several different types of mechanical dryer that are suitable for drying turmeric. These include the tray dryer, cross-flow air tunnels, solar dryers, and cabinet dryers. The optimum drying temperature is 60°. Temperatures higher than this result in a darker colored product. Step 5. Grinding. Grinding can be a method of adding value to a product. It is a very simple process that involves cutting and crushing the rhizomes into small particles. There are a range of grinding mills available of different capacities and which work in different ways. With some of the mechanical mills, heat is generated during the grinding process, which can cause some of the volatile taste and aroma compounds to be lost. For the higher quality ground turmeric, the grinding temperature should be kept as low as possible. After grinding, the powder is sieved through different mesh screens until a uniform fine powder is obtained. Step 6. Packaging. Ground turmeric should be packed in moist-proof airtight polythene packages. The packages should be sealed and labeled with attractive labels. The label needs to contain all relevant product and legal information. The name of the product, brand name, details of the manufacturer, date of manufacture, expiry date, weight of contents, added ingredients, license number, FSSAI, license number, etc. Step 7. Storage. The bright color of ground turmeric will fade when it is left in the light for a long period of time. Therefore, the packets should be stored in a cardboard box away from the sunlight. The storage room should be clean, dry, cool, and free from pests. Till now, we have seen the demonstration of
Okay, then I think you could get kind of idea about the processing as well as the harvesting. So I will briefly explain them again. So under the post-harvest practices and processing, so after harvesting, mother and also the finger rhizome should be separated. So I guess you watch that. So watch thoroughly and also remove all the stem parts, all the root parts, we should remove them. Then they should be left for about a day for wilting or removing any excess water. So then the rhizome should be cut into pieces. So it will facilitate the enhance the drying process and reduce the period. So the rhizome should be boiled well in close pot filled with water about 30 minutes. And when boiled properly, rhizomes become tender. So after that, instead of the water, sometimes we can use the steam boilers also to do that purpose. And also the pressure cookers can also be used to boil a few kilograms of turmeric, and the household scale, we can use some pressure cookers also to boil them. So after that, boiled rhizome should be left in indoor for about a day and then put for sun drying. First, we should dry indoor. අපි ගේ ඇතුලේ එළියට දාන්න නැතුව අපි ටික කාලයක් වෙලන්න ඕනේ. So after that, we can put them for the sun drying. So drying in the first 3 days is limited to 3 to 4 hours, and after that we can continue the drying. It is very important to continue drying. So the whole drying process normally it requires around 10 to 15 days. It means around 2 weeks. So when dried properly, metallic sound can be heard. So if it will, during the drying, all the moisture will remove, as well as we can hear some metallic sound when we tap them. So dried rhizomes are rubbed on a rough surface to become them to bright yellow in color or to obtain a turmeric powder. So that produced turmeric powder we can use for the different purposes, as I mentioned earlier, for the cosmetic productions, pharmaceutical industries, as well as the food industry, as well as through the Ayurvedic medicine. There are several uses. We discussed those things earlier. Okay, so here I have listed some future prospects of the turmeric. So this crop has high demand. Therefore, we can, in cooperation in a mixed cropping system also, there's a high yield potential, as well as there are some studies are ongoing to identify different bioactive compounds also. So to investigate the new possibilities for the use of turmeric in pharmaceutical products. Earlier we discussed what are the chemical compounds, phenolic compounds, as well as there is a potential to expansion of for the local use also. Mainly we targeting the export market as well as for the local markets. There's a high demand for the local market also. Okay, then finally we will discuss about the intercropping, not only the turmeric as well as the ginger. we can identify the intercropping. Last week also we discussed the advantages of the intercropping. So the intercropping is the cultivation of the 2 or more crops simultaneously on the same field. So now you know what are the advantages of the intercrop. Therefore, not only the ginger and the turmeric, most of the export agriculture crops can be intercropped with the crops such as coconut, banana, and other food crops, rambutan like crops. We can intercrop EAC crops easily. Okay, so that's all about the turmeric cultivation and processing. So any question? Okay, so today's lecture also you have a small assignment, and so the assignment is you should find what are the constraints faced by the ginger and the turmeric farmers in Sri Lanka. So what are the problems they are facing, and also you should make suggestions to achieve high yield export market for ginger and the turmeric. So this is the assignment. I think can you do this, or did you get my point? First, you should find what are the problems or the constraints faced by the ginger and the turmeric farmers in Sri Lanka, and you should do your suggestions to solve those problems. So for your easiness, I have mentioned here some references. So you can refer the Department of Export Agriculture website to get more information. I will share that website with you. Okay. This is the Department of Export Agriculture website. So by referring this website, you can get more information about those crops. Here you can see during the introduction part, I discussed about what are the export agricultural crops. So arecanut, beetle, cardamom, likewise. So you can simply visit this website and get more knowledge about those crops also, because within this given time, we can't cover all the crops here. So today we discuss about the ginger and turmeric. So you can refer this website and get more knowledge. As well as I will show you the previous session, I gave you an assignment, but I guess still you didn't submit your assignment. No one has submitted their assignments, but you have only 2 days to submit. Therefore, please submit your assignment before the deadline. Okay, any question? Okay, if you don't have any question, I would like to wind up the session. And I think Brian sir is there. Brian sir, are you there?
Yes, Sagar sir, good morning. Good morning to you all. We'll have a 15 minutes break. Now it's actually no need 15, right? Now it's 10:20, 10:17. Shall we start around 10:30? What do you say?
Okay, sir.
10:30?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Then we'll start on 10:30.
Okay, thank you for joining today.
Shahari, yes, thank you. Okay, so now you learn 2 crops of export agricultural crops cultivated in Sri Lanka. Now I'm going to cover another 2 crops, cinnamon and pepper, right? So we'll start with pepper production and processing.
Recording
that,
in progress.
Okay. Okay. No, you are not allowed to. Okay, I hope you can see my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 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 Now we are going to discuss about the paper, right? Paper production and processing. So if you have any hearing issues, I mean, if you can't hear me clearly due to some technical issues, or if you are hearing some metallic voices, just let me know, right? Because sometimes due to the technical, I mean, the connection issues from both ends, we don't know because we are doing some distant learning, as I mentioned in my previous lectures also. So if you have any issues or if you are not getting what I'm telling to you, just let me know, right? Okay, we'll start paper. Okay, the learning outcomes are after you are learning this session, you have to explain the potential of pepper as an export agricultural crop and identify the botany of pepper, describe the soil and climatic requirements, identify the pepper cultivars, explain the black and white pepper processing, and lastly, describe the pest and disease control of pepper. Okay, we'll move to the introduction, right? Uh, Pepper is one of the earliest spices known to man, right? So we call them, or it is known as king of spices, right? King of spices is pepper, right? Largest commodity in the international spice trade, right? So as you know, most of the Asian countries are using other spices like what cardamom and turmeric, and those are normally used by Asian countries, and some other very few countries use all the ingredients in their cuisines. But when you are talking about European countries, they normally don't use as a habit, right? They are using for some, I mean, they are specific cuisines, but not in their regular use. But when you are talking about the pepper is very common in all countries, right? Pepper and salt are there, right? They normally use pepper. So largest commodity in the international spice trade. Native to damp jungles of Kerala coast of southwestern India. So you can see the origin is from India, right? Even though we are having it and some of the other countries also producing pepper, India is the originated country. So major producers are, even though it is coming from India, now we can see Brazil. Brazil, India, Malaysia, and Indonesia are the major pepper producing countries, right? Can be grown in both monoculture and as a mixed crop in coconut and tea plantations, right? So mixed crop means as an intercrop, right? We can use pepper in coconut cultivation. We can use the coconut trunk, right, to support, or else we can use it as a intercrop by using another support materials. We can cultivate pepper, right? Ideal for home gardens. I think you may also have pepper vines in your home gardens as well, right? Okay, so we can see the crop botany. We just go through the crop botany because for your understanding, the scientific classification is it is coming under the family Piperaceae, right? So genus is Piper. So the species is Piper nigrum, right? There are some other species as well, but the commercially important vine is Piper nigrum, right? It is a woody perennial, right? It's not an annual crop, it's a perennial and evergreen. What do you mean by evergreen? What is the meaning of evergreen? Yes? Evergreen plant. Can anybody give me a definition for evergreen plant? Now we are following an agriculture diploma, right? You have to know. Yes. Shehan, are you there? Shehan Camillus. Shehan, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Shehan, just tell me, what is an evergreen plant? Sorry. Full year green leaf. From Varunita. Yes, that means there is no any wintering season, or there is no any color changes in the vine or the plant, right? That means we can see leaves all over the year without shedding, right? කොළ හැලෙන්නේ නැතුව හැමදාම එකම විදිහට අපිට දකින්න පුළුවන් ඒවට අපි කියනවා green plants. It is not seasonal, right? Okay. Then what are the soil and climatic requirements of pepper? Normally, rainfall requirement is not less than 1,750 millimeter per annum, right? So you can see in drought conditions, it is very difficult to maintain pepper vines, right? Yes, Sadahari. That's the single term. Thank you. Areas with prolonged drought should have facility for irrigation. I think you may have the experience, sometimes you don't, but when you are passing by a pepper cultivation, just watch what are their agricultural practices for irrigation, whether it is rain-fed or if there is any drainage or the canals or drip irrigation, because there are different methods that we can use according to the area that we are going to cultivate the pepper vines, and the expected rainfall will matter, right? So if it is a dry area, definitely we have to provide irrigation, and it is continuously dry, definitely we have to have intensive irrigation system like drip irrigation, right? Sufficient rainfall during the flowering season will ensure good pollination, definitely, because if we don't provide the proper irrigation or the water supply, flowering or the flowers will shed out, right? They will not long last forever, for a long time. So definitely it will reduce the final harvest, right? So the elevation can be up to about 1,200 meter above sea level, right? So you can see there's a good variation, right? There's a good variation in Sri Lanka. We can grow most of the, we can grow pepper vines in most of the home gardens in Sri Lanka, right? Home garden means we can grow it as a cash crop in plantations as well, not plantation in a field, but normally most of the harvest in Sri Lanka coming from home gardens, right? So the temperature you can see minimum is 10 centigrades and maximum is 40 degrees. That means we have to have a cool, it has good variation in temperature, right? It can withstand up to 10 degrees, right? Less than that, it is very difficult. That means in Sri Lanka, you can expect from 10 degrees to 40 degrees all over the country, right? ලංකාව ගත්තොත් ලංකාවේ හුඟක් තැන්වල අපිට මේ කියන temperature variation එක දකින්න පුළුවන්. That means the pepper is very suitable for almost all the areas in Sri Lanka, right? So wind, continuous strong wind is harmful. That means in hilly areas difficult to grow, right? Because strong winds will definitely break off the branches. It is not a very strong vine, right? Yes, it is a woody perennial, even though with strong wind, definitely it will get harm from the wind damage, right? Sheltered valleys and leeward slopes are the best for cultivation of pepper in mid and upcut. So you can see sheltered valleys. That means where we can protect from high winds, right? That means the opposite side of the wind. Oh, we can use the slope as the wind barrier, and the other side we can use to grow pepper vines, right? Then what? So the soil should be well drained, loamy soils, rich in organic matter, right? Minimum depth up to 60 centimeters. That means this vine requires good rooting system. For that, it should have good depth, right? That is why at least it requires 60 centimeter soil depth, right? Then loamy soils. So loamy soils means it can retain the moisture, but it should well drain, right? If you are planning or if you are planting pepper in a water lodging conditions, definitely you can have ridge and furrows, right? Ridge and furrows means, what do you mean by ridge and furrows? You, yes?
Elevate.
ඇලි සහ වැටි.
Yes, it's like this, right? Ridge and furrow, right? Okay, so what is the best way? If this is a water lodging condition, definitely we have to grow the plant or the vine where? Here, right? Here we can grow, yes, in the ridges, right? Not in furrows, right? That because we have to make sure the soil is well drained, right? It is not stacked with water, right? And rich in organic matter. Definitely we have to add organic matter, otherwise it will reduce its harvest. Oh, sorry, the production of pepper seeds, right? Then what are the pepper cultivars? Normally we have two types, right? Two main categories, right? Commercial cultivars and local selection. There are 10 local lines have been identified by the Department of Export Agriculture, right? Screening, I will show the website, Department of Export Agriculture website. There are some varieties you can see in that website. So now we have Dinkirala and some other recently introduced varieties as well, right? So what their screening procedure or what they are doing in the Export Agriculture Department is they are looking for these characteristics, right? There are some local varieties, right? Because we are using normally here seed propagation is there and vegetative propagation also there. So by having, by selecting the local varieties according to these categories, we can have good cultivars, right? First one is high pungency. Definitely, අපි මිරිස් ගත්තොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? අපිට මිරිස් හොඳ අමු මිරිස් තියනවා කියන හිතන්න මිරිස් වල තියෙන සැර නැත්තම් ඒ මිරිස් නිකන් පළතුරු වගේ ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් අපිට මිරිස් වලින් වැඩක් නැහැ, right? Our expected characteristics of pepper is pungency, right? First one is pungency, right? So we have to have high pungency in pepper. Then bold berries. Bold berries means it should be round shape, not undulated, flat shape berries, right? Continuous bearing habit, definitely, because we have to get the harvest continuously, not in one season and dormant in another season. No, we have to harvest continuously. So we have to think about we have to consider about the continuous bearing habit also, right? Resistant to pests and diseases. Whenever, wherever, if they are selecting, if they are producing new cultivar, this factor is there, right? So remember very carefully, remember this one when you are writing in your examination or in your MCQ question. Definitely, if there is resistant to pests and diseases, that's a correct answer, right? Because always we are looking for pest and disease free plant, right? Then what are the commercial cultivars? Normally, the accepted commercially available cultivars are Panure 1 and Kuching, right? So you have to remember Panure 1 and Kuching. Panure 1 is from India, able to get harvest second year of planting under good management, right? So Kuching from Malaysia, more susceptible for diseases in long run under local conditions. So you can see these are the main straight lines or pure lines. But when you are talking about the local selection, we can see some inbreed or cross-pollinated varieties from these commercial cultivars. Thereby, we are selecting the local varieties, right? Local varieties වල තියෙන්නේ ඔය කියන varieties වලින්ම cross-pollinated වෙච්ච ලංකාව ඇතුළේදී අපිට select කරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙච්ච varieties තමයි තියෙන්නේ. So cultivar of Panure 1 along with local selection will commercial economically beneficial. So you can see, as mentioned in this one, kuching is very susceptible to diseases. Definitely we have to avoid diseases, right? That means the disease tolerance characteristics should be there. But when you are, then why you must, I mean, when you are thinking about the selection, then you have a doubt why kuching is there, right? Because kuching has very bold berries, and I will show some samples. Because I have some photographs I will show, then you can understand, right? So the bearing habit, the way the cultivation, I mean the harvesting period, all those things are there when you are selecting. So that is why for the commercial cultivation, we can recommend Panure 1 along with local selection, right? So I will show the Panure 1 and local selections. Then you can understand why we consider these two combinations, right? Okay, then propagation techniques of pepper. Type of cuttings. There are different types, three different types. They are normally in vegetative propagation. We are not using the seed propagation because always we have to get the parental characteristics in their, I mean, the intended pepper vine. So we have to take vegetative propagation. So we can take stem cuttings or terminal stems, lateral branches, and basal runners, right? All those three cuttings are coming from the same vine. Terminal stem means the upper portion, right? Top portion of the vine. The lateral branches are also there. If you have pepper vines in your home garden, just go and check. You can see the lateral branches, right? I think you have the experience also. Normally, we are removing lateral branches.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
මේ අර දලදඬු අඩ දලදඬු කියන්නේ නේද?
ඔව් දඬු තමයි. ඒව තමයි. ඊට පස්සේ බිමින් යනේව වෙනම තියෙනවා. දන්නව නේද? අපි වෙනම අයින් කරනවා. බේසල් රනස් කියන්නේ බිමදි කියන්නේවා. හරිද? එතකොට අපි වයින් එකට ට්‍රේන් කරලා උඩින්ම ගන්න දඬ තමයි ටර්මිනල් ස්ටෙම් කියන්නේ. lateral branches කියන්නේ වෙනම අතු වලින් හැදෙනවා. හරි. Best time for collect cuttings, right? During the period following the fruiting and harvesting season. So you can see during the period following the fruiting and harvesting. That means after fruiting and harvesting, we can take cuttings, right? Just after taking cuttings, immerse the basal cut end in the water immediately after removing the vine from parental vine. Why we are doing this practice? Immerse in the basal cut in the water. We have to avoid drying, right? If there is drying, definitely it will affect to the vigor of the plant, right? Or the vigor of the newly growing plant, right? අපි හිතවනකොට ටක් ගාලා කපපු ගාම මේක දාන්න ඕනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ කපපු ගාම මේක අයින් කරලා වතුරට දාන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපිට පැලේ වේලෙන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට ඒ එන ස්ට්‍රෙස් එකට මොකද වෙන්නේ? We are calling this as the transplanting or the cutting stress, right? So we have to avoid this stress, right? If we expose the plant or the cutting for more stress, that means the vigor of the final plant will affect, right? So we have to maintain the good or the optimum conditions to have a high quality new plants, right? Time between collection of cuttings and planting. Sorry?
At Disprin?
I can't hear you clearly. Say it again.
අර Disprin වගේ දේවල් තවරන්නේ කපපු
ඔව් එහෙම කරනවා. දැන් නම් එහෙම කරන්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. අපි රූටින් මීඩියම් එකක් දානවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් මුගක් වෙලාවට අපි මේ ඔය අපි හෝම් කියන්නේ මොකද්ද ඔකට කියන්නේ නිකන් අපි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වෙච්ච ක්‍රමයක් තියෙනවා. නමුත් අපි කොයිලවත් රෙකමන්ඩ් කරන්නේ නැහැ ඩිස්ප්‍රින් දාන්න කියලා. ඒ අපි එක අවස්ථාවල අපේ ඒ කොමන් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් එකක් විදිහට කරපු දේවල් කීපයක් තියෙනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් අර මොනවද කෙහෙල් දඬු වල කොළ වල අතුලට දානවා. ඒ වගේ තියෙනවා cultural practices. But here we are talking about the standards or the recommendations, right? So if you are doing so, you can see the difference. So if the Disprin add කරාම මොකද වෙන්නේ? ඒක හොයලා බලන්න පුළුවන්. But we are not recommending to add Disprin, right? time between collection of cutting and planting in the rooting medium should not exceed 24 hours, right? That means we have to avoid the drying off of the cut end, right? Moistening the cuttings, right? Cover with polythene, wet newspaper, banana leaves, right? Here you can see, right? We can use banana leaves also. Keep in a cool place, right? We are keeping the cuttings in a cool place to avoid drying or removing the moisture, right? Cuttings with 2 to 3 knots should be prepared for the planting in the rooting medium, right? So we are using a rooting medium. So how to harvest, right? So these are the propagation techniques. So you will know the basics, right? If you want to learn more and how to do it step by step, it is in the Export Agricultural website, right? ESA, I will show, because in your the time frame we have to cover many crops. So these are the basics that you should know. If you are interested in the pepper plant or cultivation, you can refer the website, right? Or else you can call me if you need further clarification, right? Just give me a call. I will direct you to a person. I mean, if you are interested to do it as a commercial cultivation, definitely we can give you some support. Right? Okay. Then the harvesting. In Sri Lanka, pepper flowers twice year, right? That is Maha and Yala. In 2 seasons, we can see, right? Major crop, or the 70% is harvested in November to January, right? The rest is in, or the 30% in May to July. Each spike is picked off from the fruiting branches. So we have to pick off the spike, right? Not each berry, from the spike, right? Avoiding damages to the tender branches and avoiding losing of vine from support, right? That means we have to, care must be taken when removing the spike, because අපි නිකම්ම ඇදලා ගත්තොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? අර උඩ තියෙන වයින් එක damage වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒ ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන branch එකම ඉරිලා යන්න පුළුවන්. So we have to make sure that we are smoothly removing, right? So we have to remove the spike without damaging to the vine, right? Correct stage of harvesting. Few of the berries in the spikes are turned into yellow or red color. So you can see in this picture also, here you can see most of the berries in one spike turn into yellowish red. But if you can see 1 or 2 berry, that means, because you have to evenly do the harvesting, right? You can't wait until one spike turn into this color. So if you can see 1 or 2 berries inside that spike getting yellowish or red color, that means you can commence the harvesting, right? 2 types of commercial pepper can be prepared from the berries. Okay, what are the 2 types? Black pepper from fully matured unripe green berries, and white pepper from fully ripe green berries. So you can see there are 2 methods, right? Normally, the common practice, or the mostly used or widely used pepper in Sri Lanka is black pepper, right? White pepper also, yeah. Okay. Any questions so far? I like if you are asking questions, because that means you are engaging with the lecture. Okay. Then we'll move to pepper processing, right? You can see how we can produce black pepper. We have to use fully matured, unripe, green berries, right? Unripe means green berries. If we are producing white pepper, that means fully ripe, right? White pepper, black pepper, unripe. It should be matured, right? Matured, unripe, right? Okay. We'll discuss one by one how to produce black pepper, right? First, what we have to do? We have to harvest, right? We have to harvest pepper spikes, right? And heap 1 to 2 days and separate berries. Why? We have to harvest pepper spikes and heap to 1 to 2 days. Can you explain why? මොකක්ද හේතුව? ඇයි අපි මේ 1 to 2 days මේක heap කරලා තියන්නේ? Any guesses?
වලින් මේ අයින් වෙන්න ලේසි වෙන්න.
Yes, good. It will loosen the berry from the spike, right? When we stack together for 1 to 2 days, it will dry off, right? From the attachment, from the berry in the and the spike. Spike එකකට berry එක attach වෙලා තියෙන එක dry වෙලා හරි ලේසියෙන් අපිට ගලවලා අයින් කරන්න පුළුවන්. That's the reason for heaping for 1 to 2 days, right? Then we can separate berries from the spikes. So you can see here there are some machineries, right? Pepper separator. So you can feed pepper berries with spikes from the top part here. Then you can remove the spike or you can separate spikes from berries. But in home gardens or home scale level, we don't use this method because we don't have that much of crop. So what we are doing, we are manually removing, right? Manually we are removing the spikes, right? Berries are sent for the hot water treatment. So how we do the treatment? Dip the pepper in hot water, 80 to 90 degrees, right? This is Celsius, right? 90 degrees for 2 to 3 minutes in a barrel, right? Why we give a hot water treatment? What could be the reason?
Easy for drying.
No. We have to make sure there are no any fungi or bacteria or
Sterilization?
any other. Yes, sterilization, that's the word, right? We have to remove all the germs or the pest, that means substances or the organic materials or the living organisms that which can cause for the deterioration of the final product. That means black pepper. That is why we are giving a hot water treatment, right? Then what we do? Then we are spreading in a thin layer on mats and dried in the sun for 5 to 6 days or in hot air dryer. So you can see, right? If you have this experience or if you passing by a pepper cultivation, you can see there are some open spaces with concrete layered floor, right? Concrete dabu floor එකක් තියෙනවා. මේ floor එකේ තමයි මොනවද? අපිට we can spread as a thin layer and allow it to dry. So what are the constraints of this method? Sun drying method. What are the constraints? Now you know the basics. No? Tell me what are the constraints? What are the constraints? Sorry. When we are using sun drying method, we have to wait or we don't have the control over the sun rays, right? අපිට ඔන්ලට ඉර switch on කරලා වේල ගන්න බෑ. That means totally depend on climatic conditions. If it is a rain weather or rainy conditions, we can't do this practice. So we have to keep it in a stacked bags or whatever the containers. That means it will definitely deteriorate. It will harm for the quality of the final product, right? අපි මේක තම hot water treatment එක දීලා තියන් ඉන්නකොට වැස්සක් මොකද වෙන්නේ? ආයෙ මේකට moisture එක දෙනවා. So we have to expect or we have to totally depend on the climatic conditions and it is very uncertain. So that is why we are having mechanical dryers. The other case is when we are having this type of open areas, definitely there are chances to get impurities inside or get what do you call some of the feces of birds, right? කුරුල්ල උඩින් යනකොට එයාලගේ feces වැටෙන්න පුළුවන්. Or sometimes rodents will attack to the crop, or they are moving here and there. Some of their discretes or their feces also
Dust.
can be mixed with the pepper, right? So we can't protect it, right? Otherwise, we have to have a proper covering system or fence-like structure around the floor, but it is also difficult. But if you are opening to the sun drying, that means there is a high chance of get contaminated, right? So if you are producing it in a mass scale, you can use mechanical dryers, right? Because in home scale, it is not affordable, right? Sometimes it is where the cost is high. Definitely, it is not affordable for the home scale. But when you are doing it in a commercial scale, definitely going for the mechanical dryer. Because if you have a crop, let's say you are collecting crop from different areas and you have to process it in a shorter period of time due to the unavoidable, I mean, how do you say, due to the quick deterioration, right? You can't keep for a long time. 1 to 2 days heaping can be done. So you have to continuously process it. So you can't wait until 5 to 6 days for the next batch. Let's say you are having only sun drying process and you are having a high quantity of harvest. You have to allow one batch to dry off until 5 to 6 days. Thereafter, after the 7th day, after the 6th day, that means 7th day onwards, you can use that flow for the second batch. So it is not practical, right? So that is why we have to take mechanical drying process, right? Okay, the fifth one, the process is dry paper separated by winnowing, right? So there is a winnowing machine. Now you know what is winnowing. You have already learned these things in your tea production also. So winnowing machine.
Polana.
Recording stopped.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
What was the last part you heard from my lecture?
Winnowing.
Winnowing. Okay, sorry. This part, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the technical issue. Now it's okay, right? Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can see how we can separate the good quality pepper by winnowing, right? There are winnowing machines, but in in home scale, how we separate the berries from the
We use a
berries
winnowing
after
fan.
drying? Huh?
We use a winnowing fan.
Winnowing fan. What else? විනෝයින් ෆෑන් එකට අමතරව තව මොනවද? ප්‍රයිමරි ස්කේල් එකෙන් මොනවද කරන්නේ?
පොළනවා.
Yes. Pulling පොළනවා නේද? That's the basic way we are doing, right? Still the practice is there. And okay. So okay. So the last practice or the fifth one, the step is packaging and storing. So we can use either polythene bags or plastic gunny bags, right? Normally now we are not using plastic. I mean, we are using plastic gunny bags if we are exporting, yeah, and polythene is the commonly used material, right? According to the keeping quality and the distance that we are sending, we can decide the packaging material, right? Okay. Any questions from the black paper processing? Because you have to know only the basics, but if you have interested in some other things, you can ask. We have to cover another crop also. That is why I am.
Excuse me.
Yes. Yes.
දැන් අපි ගෙදර හදන පෙපර් කාලයක් යද්දි සැර අඩු වෙනවනේ කඩේ වගේ එහෙම නෑ ඒවට ප්‍රිසර්වේටිව්ස් දානවද?
No. Normally, there is no any recommended preservative, right? If we dry it very, I mean, in a good standard, right? You know, normally removing moisture is the most critical part, right? So when we are drying in, I mean, home scale, we can't dry all the moisture out, right? Normally, we have to remove moisture, but the first part is very easy to remove, right? Kodi pramanya, but until 3%, right? I didn't mention the percentages of moisture removing in this lecture, but last part of removing or the removing of almost all the moisture is the very difficult task that we can achieve. In home scale, what we are doing is we are just drying on the I mean, we are practicing the sun drying, but after that also it will again contaminate with moisture, right? It will absorb moisture. We are not keeping it in airtight conditions, right? So even though we are keeping it airtight conditions, at the initial stage, the I mean, proper moisture removing will not be, or I mean, it was not there. So definitely it will affect for the quality, right? So if we dry it very good way, right? And we can store it under airtight conditions, definitely we can keep it for a long time. About the pungency, now you ask, then Sarah doing one. So there are different varieties, right? The first one is if you are having then ඔයාගේ ගෙදර තියනවද? මට ඒක ඉස්සෙල්ලා කියන්න කවුද දැන් කතා කරේ අපි? ගෙදර තියනවද? pepper vines
ගෙදර තියෙනවා.
හරි. ගෙදර තියෙන variety එක දන්නවද?
එහෙමනම් දන්නේ නැහැ.
දන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක තමයි. Normally what is happening when we are taking the cuttings, right? We don't know whether it is authentic or not. Sometimes, because if you don't acquire or if you don't bring the cuttings or the planting materials from recommended place, that means export agriculture not recommended place, there might be some variation. So as I mentioned, when you are selecting, or there are two different types now: commercial cultivars, venure and kuching, and local selection. So most of the cases, most of the home gardens in Sri Lanka now they are having local selection, right? Sometimes if you are doing, if you are planning to do a pepper cultivation, you are acquiring from export agriculture outlets, or sometimes from pepper farmers. So you can use Dingirala and some other wines are there, but you don't know the authenticity. Even though they are saying this is the good quality planting material, there might be some variations, right? So the pungencies depend on the variety, right? Or the cultivar, not the variety, actually cultivar. So sometimes commercially available pepper wines, the produced pepper may have the high pungency due to its the cultivar that they are using. And you can sometimes there may be cases of adulteration, right? අපිට කියන්න බෑ මේ තියෙන ඔක්කොම high standards full quality ඒවා තියෙන්නේ කියලා, because there are so many cases found practicing the adulteration. අපි මොකක්ද ඒකට කියන්නේ? තත්ත්වය බාල කරනවා නේද? adulterate කරනවා. So you can use some other ingredients and you can increase the produce, right? And it will reduce the quality, right? So likewise you can දැන් අපි කියන්නේ මිරිස් කුඩු වල පාට වෙන්න නැත්නම් ඒකට ඩයි එකක් මික්ස් කරනවා. ඕන තරම් මේ cases අපිට හම්බ වෙලා තියෙනවා. So there might be some cases
papaya seeds add කරනවා.
Yes, I didn't mention what are the things, but yes, papaya seeds add කරනවා. So likewise there are some adulterations, chemical addition might be there, because I can't say they are not adding anything, because all the things can be happen, no? In the markets they are doing some unlawful activities, right? So if you are using authentic materials and you are comparing with good quality high standard material, then you can understand whether it is a cultivar difference or the planting material difference or whatever things you can understand. But when you are just comparing it with whatever the produce available in the local market, I mean just from the sample getting from the market, you can't assure that whether it is a high quality or the pure pepper seeds, right? අපිට හරියටම assure වෙන්න බෑ. There might be so many factors affecting for the quality of the product, right? එහෙනම් අපිට එතනදී ෂෙහරි අපිට කියන්න බෑ කොයි එකද ඔතනදී කියන්නේ ඒකට හේතුව කියලා. නමුත් these are the possibilities that we can predict. Okay, I think I give you the answer. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, right? Processing of white pepper, right? So as you may know, we all are familiar with the black pepper production, right? But white pepper also, they are very small quantities. We are not producing white pepper for Sri Lankan markets, right? Lanka market එකේ අපිට white pepper හරි අඩුයි හොයාගන්න තියෙනවා. But in foreign countries, some European countries, the demand is there. So we are practicing white pepper production, but it requires some extra steps, right? That is why most of the time they are trying to move with the black pepper production, and we have to wait until fully ripened of berries, right? So when we are taking one spike, we can see different ages of berries. හරි අපි berry spike එක berries ගත්තොත් සමහරව කොළ පාටයි, සමහරව කහ පාටයි, සමහරව තව රතු පාටයි, කීක පාට තියෙනවා. So we have to wait and we have to select, right? We have to separate the good quality berries. That means it requires more labor, more time, right? It is time consuming. So all those things affect for the final product or the cost of production. That is why it is happening in a small quantity, right? Okay, you can see here, we can take fully ripened berries and we have to separate from unripened berries, right? That means we need only red or yellowish color berries. Then what we are doing? Separation of berries from the spike. If it is fully ripened, no need to stack for 1 to 2 days, right? Why? If it is fully ripened, that means it will easily detach from the spike, right? There are some machines that we can use, otherwise normal manual method can be used, right? Anyhow, we have to remove the spike and we have to take out the berries, right? Then the third one is packing of pepper in polysacks before soaking. So you can see here, reverse soaking. Look at this picture. What you are doing is you are putting all the ripened berries into a polysac bag and you have allowed to soak, right? Pepper soak in tanks, right? Normally in home level, or if you have some water reservoirs around, we can use it, right? That is, but when you are doing it commercially, where you can't see that type of open water source, now also we are, I mean, it is not allowed, right? අපිට නිකන් කොහේ හරි වතුර ඇලක දොලක යනවා කියලා මේ වගේ practice කරන්න බෑ, because the water is very crucial factor in the world, and we are not polluting the water, right? So it is not allowed, right? This is not about the 1 or 2 bags, right? If you are producing it in mass scale, definitely it will add some things to the water, right? Which will definitely, I mean, the water stream will be used by some other people at the lower land, right? එතනම පල්ලෙහා බිම් වල ඉන්න අය තව වෙන දෙයකට ඒ වතුර use කරන්න වෙන්න පුළුවන්. So they are not allowing. But earlier, what they practiced was they are soaking the bag 3 to 6 days in a river or whatever the water source that we can have in around our neighborhood, right? Water contained in soaking tanks should be replaced once in 2 days. So you can see it is circulated tank system, right? You have to continuously remove or continuously refill the water source. But when you are doing it in natural water source, it is always what? It will always refreshing, right? හැම වෙලාවෙම ගලාගෙන යන වතුර දිනන water stream එකේ දිනන අපිට කොයි වෙලාවෙත් වතුර මොනවද කියන්නේ මාරු කරන්න ඕනේ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද අපි stack කරලා දෙක තැනක තියෙන වතුර හැම වෙලාවෙම ගලාගෙන යනවා. But when you are doing in a contained area, definitely we have to remove it manually, right? So you can see the reverse soaking, or you can use high density polyethylene tanks or HDPE tanks for soaking, right? Then the next step is removing the outer rind, right? Outer rind. Now you can see in our black pepper production, there is no such practice, right? We are not removing any outer rind. We are just, because you can, if you are remember, I will go back. You can see here. See in this picture, you can see unripe berries, right? Outer rind also attached and it is wrinkled, right? Actually, may attach attach. It's already attached. But in for white pepper production, you can see there is no any outer rind, right? It removed, right? Okay. So remove outer rind by mechanically. There are some machineries there. Actually, it is very difficult to do it manually, right? We have to use a machine, right? Because berries are very small, we can't do it manually. So we have to use a machine to remove the outer rind, right? Seeds are then cleaned by washing with fresh water, right? So you can see the mechanical washing, right? If you are doing so, otherwise, okay, what is the other practice that we can do? I mean, without having any mechanical method, how we can remove the outer rind? අපි කොහොමද ළමයි outer rind එක අයින් කරන්නේ manually? හිතන්න අපිට තියෙන පොඩි ප්‍රමාණයක්. අපිට white pepper හදා ගන්නත් ඕනේ. දැන් අපි soak කරලා ඒකත් කොහේ හරි තියෙන ඇලක දාලා ඉවරලා ඔන්න දැන් අපි soak කරලා ඉවරයි. So after soaking, it is very fleshy, right? berries අපි අතින් අල්ලනකොට අර පොත්ත නිකන් අතට නිකම්ම ගැලවිලා එනවා. එහෙම තියෙනවා අපි කොහොමද outer rind එක අයින් කරගන්නේ? small scale එකෙන් කරනවා නම්
වතුරට දාලා අතින් අතුල්ලනකොට යනවනේ.
Yes. වතුරට දාලා හෝ නැතුව what we can do, we can rub by using our palms, right? අපිට අතින්ම අර බෑග් එක තියෙද්දි හරි බෑග් එක නැතුව හරි අපි පොඩ්ඩක් අතුල්ලුවොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? ඒ outer rind එක නිකම්ම ගැලවෙනවා. Then we can wash. When we are washing, outer ends will floats, right? outer rind එක මොකද පා වෙනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් බර වෙන්න වෙන ඇට වෙනවා. Then easily you can, by washing 2 to 3 times, you can take out white color berries, right? So you can see a manual washing, right? And mechanical washing, what is happening when you are passing through the machine, we are removing the outer rind, it will directly channel to water, not actually water, it's a conveyor belt with water sprayers. So it will mechanically wash out all the impurities and rinds, right? So ultimately you can have pure white color berries, right? Then the 7th step is soaking in citric acid, right? Then what we have to do, we have to soak it in citric acid. 2% citric acid. Same as the hot water treatment that we provided to the black pepper production. Here what we are doing, we are soaking it in a citric acid. There are different tanks, right? Then the 8th one is washing with fresh water and drying, right? Now after giving the citric acid treatment, definitely we have to wash off it, right? We have to wash and we have to remove the remains of the citric acid, right? Then mechanical, if we are using a mechanical dryer, 50 to 60 degrees, 6 to 8 hours, right? Otherwise, I think you remember when you are doing black pepper production, we need to keep it around 4 to 6 days. But here you can see it is only 6 to 8 hours, right? So you can see in the left side, sun drying, right? Sun drying කරන්න කොහොමද කියලා බලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. Again, the same problem, but here you can see there is a fence, right? We have to give more attention for the white pepper production rather than the things that we are doing for black pepper production, because it is pure white in color. And if we add some impurities due to rodents or contaminations by the birds or some other impurities, definitely it will highlight, right? අපිට හොඳට පේනවා මේක සුදු පාටයි වේලුණාට පස්සේ ඒක තනින් තන රොඩු එකතු වෙලා තියෙනවා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? It will reduce the quality and it will grade in low grades, right? When in the markets, right? If you are using a mechanical dryer, that is the best method because you can avoid all the contamination and the drying time also very less, right? Okay, the next step is okay, I got a question. What is the difference between black and white pepper? I mean the quality, right? Quality wise, what is the difference? Can anybody guess? Black pepper or white pepper or වෙනස කාටද guess කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? Yes. කාටද කියන්න පුළුවන්ද? Hello. Anybody? Any guesses? Which one might be the spiciest one or a very pungent variety?
පාරිශුද්ධතා ප්‍රතිශතය ඉහළයිද?
Yes, purity level, yes, it is also there. Other than that, now we are talking about okay, the main concern is pungency, no? Okay, what about the pungency? Yes, I got one answer. Black pepper is very spicy. Huh? Yes. Okay, black pepper is very spicy because actually there are different preferences, right? Samani Lankawe saha ASEAN රටවල් වල, right? When you are talking about Asian countries and some of the other Arabic countries, they are always prefer very spicy cuisines, right? So if we the intention of the product or the pepper production is to have the high pungency, then definitely we have to go for the black pepper production, right? So white pepper, it is less pungent than the white pepper. So there are some cuisines, there are some recipes in European countries, in Sri Lanka also, we have to have mild spicy taste, right? So in that case, we can use white pepper, right? And this color also matters, right? There are some plates, dishes that we have to make with pungency, and color should be with pure white or whatever any other color, right? When you are adding pepper, it will definitely give some black dots, right? I mean, all those things are peripheral preferences, but according to factors like those, the preferences are different, right? That is why we have to, there are demand for I mean, two demands, right? Not only the pepper production, separated to the black pepper and white pepper, right? So keep it in your mind, white pepper is less pungent than the black pepper because we are already removing the outer end also, right? Okay, I think you got the point, right? Then the last step, no, not the last step, yes, storing and packing. So you can use jute gunny bag bulk packaging, right? You can use jute bags, or else you can use polythene bag packaging, right? You can see the white color, right? So after grinding these peppers, definitely we can have white color powder, right? Okay, the homework activities refer the website of Department of Export Agriculture for following areas: fertilizer application of pepper and pest and diseases, right? I'm not going to discuss these things, but I will show you the website, right? I think you previously seen this site. So okay, all the things are here, right? You can read these things. Here, Dingirala, Butavirala, then Kokumurala. These are the local selections. See, අපිට අද ලංකාවේ දැන් මෙතින් කොහොමද selection එක කරලා තියෙන්නේ? You can see here that how they selected. Panure 1 crossed with GK49. Here, Panure 1 crossed with DM7. DM7 is another local variety, right? Here, MW21. I will show these varieties, right? Then you can understand, right? So they are cross-pollinated and develop these varieties. So you can see length of the pinnacle, right? Panicle, sorry, length of the panicle. That means the spike, right? 12 centimeters, 14 centimeters, because all those things will affect for the final quantity of the final product, right? Filling percentage, 80%. Filling percentage means sometimes spike is there, berries are not evenly distributed. There are some open spaces in the spike, right? So filling percentage means when we are taking one spike, you can see berries around 80% of that spike, right? Then the yield, you can see the yield. Then dry weight ratio. Likewise, there are different oil percentage, pungency, then the weight of 1 liter, right? You can see. So you can, if you are requiring or if you are using or if you plan to cultivate, definitely you are selecting these varieties, right? Because these are the varieties you can obtain from the market. Soil and climatic conditions are there, right? See, urea. I didn't enter these things because all the things are in the website, right? Then how you can add cover crops, Nerisseria loping, right? Then these are pest and disease, right? Just remember, no, only for your knowledge, right? Then you can see diseases: pepper yellow mottle virus disease, then quick wilt, slow wilt, right? Pest are the vine borer, lace bug, right? Then root mealybug, thrips. Thrips attack is very common in pepper. You can see thrips, right? Then harvesting and post-harvest practices. How you can do the post-harvest practices. All the things are here, right? Okay. Now I will show you. Okay. Hope you can see my slides, right? Can you see this photos?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So you can the morphology of the vine, right? Okay, sorry about that. You can see the specimens, and here you can see the inflorescence, right? Right. The flowers are bearing in these spikes. We are saying it as inflorescence. After pollination, you can see the berries, right? Then these are the roots, right? You can see when we are removing cuttings, their roots or the attachments are coming from these nodes, right? Okay, look at this picture. Leaves, inflorescence, nodes, right? Internodes. Internodes means between two nodes, we can see the internodes, right? See the nodes. Roots are coming from these nodes, right? That is why it is easy to see here. It is easy to vegetatively propagate paper. Right? Sorry. See. Okay, this is pannier. Okay, look at this one. This is pannier. You can see how berries are bearing in the spike, right? And it is very bold, right? Rounded around, very thin. But see the filling percentage. You can see some gaps, right? Spike, but it is long, right? Spike is long. So this is pannier, right? Look at the berry. Okay. So then what is this? This is kuching. Okay. What can you see? Or what are the differences that you can observe from pannier 1 and kuching? Give me two differences. Yes, two differences.
Coaching
I think you can observe. Oh, yes.
round.
Kuching
I
berries
never thought.
are large.
Yes. Yes. Berries are comparatively large in kuching, right? Compared with pannier 1. Other than that, what about the length of the spike?
Spike is shorter than
Pannier 1.
yes.
Okay, good. So you can see short spikes, right? But berries are larger than pannier 1, right? So these are the differences. And what about the filling percentage? You can see most of the spaces, disregard the latter part of this one, but look at the middle part, you can see the filling percentage is comparatively high, right? Okay, again, this is pannier and this is kuching. You can see the difference. Left side, with these two fingers, you can see kuching. So observe the difference and observe the difference of leaves. Right? Small leaves are available in kuching, right? When you are going a field visit, you can observe these things, right? Okay, here KW33. Now we observed that DM7 and there are some other varieties, local varieties crossed with pannier 1 to produce Dingirala, Butaverala, right? So this is KW33. So what is this one? Then it is a, what is this?
Cross-pollination.
Yes, it's a local selection, right? KW33 is local selection. Okay, what can you say about this spike when you're looking at the spike? Now you know what is kuching and pannier, no?
Look
So
like
what you
pannier?
Yeah, looks like pannier. So it might be something crossed with pannier, correct? Bearing habit, what happened? It has less berries in a spike, right? අපිට berries ප්‍රමාණය හරි අඩුවෙන් තමයි පේන්න තියෙන්නේ. Sometimes the pungency may be high in this local selection, but overall the produce might be lower when you are having this type of local selection, right? පේනවද? ඒ ප්‍රමාණය අඩුයි. තනින් තන තමයි berries තියෙන්නේ. Sometimes it might be high pungent, right? Here also MB12, another local variety. See? Okay, what can you say or how you can observe the leaf shape? It is more
Look like kuchi?
compatible. Yes, kuching, correct. See the shape of the leaf, it is like kuching, right? So this is probably a hybrid or a mixed variety from this mixed cultivar from kuching, right? See, GK49. See, it's like panure, right? But it is not panure, it's another local selection. Now these are bit older photos, right? There are some fully prepared varieties also in the export agriculture department. For after having so many research and field establishments and checking for pest and diseases, they are releasing new cultivar. Likewise, they have released 3 cultivars most suitable for these days. Those are Dingrala, Butagrala, and the other the cultivar, right? This is KW21, NW21, right? Different types, right? Okay, this is one disease, right? Little leaf disease, right? Sometimes, because when you are talking about the pepper, the pest and diseases are very minimum, right? Because of its high pungency, right? But little leaf disease is there. You can see leaves get smaller and wrinkle, right? Even nemila nikan amberilla chudi vela thin. So we call it as little leaf disease, right?
Nutrition deficiency?
No, it's not from nutrition deficiency. It's a disease, right? Causal organism, there's a causal organism and it's a disease, right? It's not a nutrient deficiency. See, wrinkle leaf we can observe. Then caterpillar attacks. This is also visible in pepper cultivation. There are some caterpillars attack to the leaf area of the vine. So ultimately what will happen when they attack into the leaf? Yes, what will happen? It will reduce the
Points of the leaf.
Yes, that means it will reduce the photosynthetically active space or the area. That means it will reduce the harvest, right? Right? This is the most common attack you can see in pepper cultivation, pepper vines, thrips attack, right? You can see the margin of the leaf, it's rolled, right? If you take one sample of these leaves and if you unfold these edges or the margins, you can see the thrip inside this margin. Okay. So thrips attack, right? Thrip is there. No, it's not clear, right? Okay. Then this is the cross section of the pepper seed. Pericarp, endocarp, and endosperm is there. Ripened seed, you can see it easily, if it is fully ripened, easy to remove the outer ring, right? What is this then? බලන්න එක ලස්සන. මොකක්ද මේ specimen එක? What is this specimen? Yes? Hurry up now, I think you know. It is more like kuching, right? So you can see the bearing habit. 80% bearing can make 90% only spike. There are actually, we hardly find any spaces, right? See the bearing habit. Okay, that's all about pepper production and wait. Yes. These are the things you need to know, right? Okay, I will upload some specimen photos to your LMS also, then you can easily identify these things. Okay, any questions from the pepper production and processing? Or else we can move to the next crop, that is cinnamon. Okay. Then we'll start. Okay, you have a homework to do, right? Now you have another assignment also there, but there's a homework, right? Homework is refer the website of Department of Export and Agriculture and know about fertilizer application of pepper and pepper pest and diseases. I already mentioned few of the diseases and pests, so you have to learn more, right? Okay.
Recording stopped.
Okay, the next crop.
Recording in progress.
Yeah. Okay, I think you can see my slides, right? Slides playing now. Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now we'll move to the next part, right? Now you know the pepper production, king of spices, and you know it is very widely used spice. Now this is also in the same way we can see cinnamon, right? Cinnamon production and processing. Okay. After learning this part, you will be able to explain the potential of cinnamon, identify the botany. Likewise, there are 8 things that you can do, right? Okay, we'll have a brief introduction about the cinnamon. Normally, it is coming under the family Lauraceae, right? Genus is Cinnamomum, right? Cinnamomum. So there are different species. In Sri Lanka, we can see Cinnamomum verum prasad, right? We call it as true cinnamon, right? Because the highest demand in the world coming from this cinnamon. So we call it as Ceylon cinnamon, right? Other than that, there are Cinnamomum cassia, Cinnamomum burmani, Cinnamomum loreri, right? Likewise, there are different species. But here in Sri Lanka, we are cultivating Cinnamomum verum prasad. True cinnamon or the Ceylon cinnamon is indigenous to Sri Lanka, right? That's the good thing. Now, what is the originated country of pepper? Yes? Yeah, thank you, Ramay.
China.
Ayyo. Seriously? No, it's
India.
India. It's India. Southwest Kerala, India, right? So here, Sri Lanka, right? We have indigenous cinnamon, right? Originated in Central Hills, that is Kandy, Madle, Belihulla, Habutale, and Singaraja forest range, right? Those are the originated areas, right? Sri Lanka is the best and largest cinnamon producer in the world. So you can see around 60% of the production of world cinnamon production is coming from Sri Lanka, right? We can be proud of that, right? Okay. Then what are the products and uses, right? Normally, we have different exportable products, right? We call these crops as export agricultural crops because the orientation or the intention of the final production is to export, not to use in domestic purposes. But even though we are using it, the major production is going outside markets, right? So we can sell quills and chips, right? Normally 7,000 tons annually we are selling, right? Other than that, what? Leaf oil and bark oil. You know the smell or the aroma of the cinnamon, right? So we can have essential oils are produced from the both bark and leaves, right? Cinnamon is also available in pure ground form or as an ingredient in curry mixtures, right? Sometimes we are adding cinnamon and producing different spice mixtures, right? Cinnamon dala spice mixtures we are producing or we can have ground forms, right? ඔය කට්ටිය කෙට්ටු වෙන්න කියලා එහෙම සිනමන් මී පැණි දාලා එහෙම බොනවනේ මම දැකලා තියෙන වීඩියෝස් වල. So likewise, there are some Ayurvedic purposes also, right? Cinnamon, there are some cinnamon drinks, cinnamon flavored tea, right? It is also
Garcinia?
common in, sorry.
ගාසීනියා නම් බොනව නේද? අර සැහැල්ලුවෙන් ගොරකා.
Oh, cinnamon cinnamon එක uses තියෙනවා. Normally cinnamon බීපුවම කෙට්ටු වෙනවා. I don't know the facts, right? I'm not an expert in those areas, but I have heard there are some mixtures early in the morning, just after getting out the bed. You can drink it and lose this much of weight. I didn't try, so I don't know whether it is a possible thing to do or not. But I have seen these type of videos and so many recommendations were there. So you can try it, right? I don't know whether it is effective or not, right? It is also as a common ingredient in Chinese and Ayurvedic medicine, right? Cinnamon leaf and bark oils are used to flavor food products in perfumery industry and in pharmaceutical industry. Yes, the aroma coming from cinnamon mostly used in perfumery industry, right? Okay, what are the growing areas then? Even though it is originated from central hills, now we are cultivating it at the cinnamon belt. That is presently cinnamon cultivation concentrated along with coastal belt, stretching around the coastal belt from Negombo to Mathura, right? Negombo to Mathura. Those are the major areas where we cultivate or where we grow cinnamon, right? As well as in inlands of Mathura, Kaluthara, Ambalangoda and Ratnapura, right? All the adjacent districts also covered, right? All those areas we can see cinnamon, right? Total extent of cinnamon on Sri Lanka is about 15,500 hectares. Now figures might be changed. It is a bit old, but around that much of area under cinnamon cultivation, right? Okay. We'll look at the botany of cinnamon, right? It's a tree, right? Now, if you remember, pepper is a vine, right? Now, cinnamon is a tree, right? It's also an evergreen tree, right? Height of the tree is around 10 to 15 meters, right? Stem girth is 30 to 50 centimeter under natural conditions, right? When copied from time to time, it should be maintained as a bush for 2 to 2.5 meter height with multiple stems arising from its base. Oh, okay. Now you can see in natural optimum conditions, if you are not giving any stress conditions to the plant, it will grow up to 10 to 15 meters. That means it's a taller plant, right? It is a palea. The palea can be gag, right? See the girth. Normally, what is the? Normally we are commencing tapping in a rubber tree when it reaches the girth of 50 centimeters. So you can understand the size of the plant, right? But in commercial cultivation, we are copiesing. What do you mean by copies? Copies karna kya matlab hai? Yes. Copies means continuously we are cutting the stem, right? Because economically important part is the stem, right? So when we are cutting it, it will produce new branches, right? New shoots are coming out. So these branches or these new shoots we maintain at the height of 2 to 2.5 meters, right? As a bush, right? Maintain karan, right? Multiple stems, right? From one tree or one plant, we can observe multiple stems, right? There are fruits, right? Dark purple one-seeded berries are there. These are the berries and cinnamon flower. You can observe it's very beautiful flower. It's small, creamy, inconspicuous, right? That means not clearly visible, even though it's a zoom image. Zoom means enlarged image. We can't clearly observe the flower of cinnamon, right? There are some dark purple seeded berries after pollination in the cinnamon plant, right? Okay. When we are considering the climate, temperatures or the required temperature is between 25 to 30 degrees, right? So you can see, even though we can cultivate pepper from the temperature range of 10 degrees to 40 degrees, here we can't go higher temperatures and for lower temperatures, right? We have to restrict the production or the area of cultivation where we can have the temperature 25 to 32 degrees, right? Rainfall is 1,750 to 2,500 millimeters per annum, right? Not suitable for areas with prolonged dry periods, right? If we have continuous drying spells, it will affect the quality of the final product or the cinnamon, right? Cinnamon is sun-loving plant and high sunshine is needed. So you can see sun-loving plant, right? It requires high sunlight penetration. Otherwise, it will not grow well. It will not produce more leaves and more food for the plant, right? Sun-loving plant. Okay, the soil conditions. Soil conditions are 1 minute, please.
Recording stopped.
Required for the cinnamon cultivation. So cinnamon can be grown in various types of soils, right? Varying from silver sand in Negombo to loamy and lateric gravel soils in southern coastal belt and interior, right? As you know, now the originated places are the hill country, right? So we can't see loamy soils, but the ideal soil is the loamy soil, right? Sorry, the silver sands, right? That is why it is mostly available in the coastal belt, right? Valley side පස තමයි ගොඩම ideal cinnamon cultivation එකට, right? The bark quality is influenced by soil and climatic factors, right? Best quality cinnamon is produced in white sandy soil in Negombo area. So you can see the quality of the bark is dependent on the soil condition. The best grade of cinnamon called Alba, right? Remember the name, right? Alba. If you know the cinnamon production, definitely you have to have the idea of Alba. It's mainly produced in red yellow podzolic soil in southwest region in Sri Lanka, right? Cinnamon needs a deep soil. Why? It's a tree, right? Definitely it requires deep soil, right? But cinnamon roots can penetrate even through the cracks of parent material to deeper layers. Sometimes cinnamon roots can crack through rocks, right? Parent material means rocks, right? ගල් උනත් හිල් කරගෙන යන්න පුළුවන්. කියන්නේ ඒ තරම් හොඳ root system එකක් තියෙනවා, right? Okay. Then what are the varieties? In Sri Lanka, we have 8 different types, right? Based on differences in leaf structure, leaf and bark pungency and grittiness, right? What do you mean by grittiness? Grittiness means the having rough texture on the bark, right? When you are touching the bark, you can feel it, the grittiness, right? If it is smooth, it's a different type. Sometimes it may have some lumps, some hard areas, when you are touching it, you can have that feeling, right? අපි අල්ලනකොට අපිට අතට දැනෙනවා මේකේ ගැට තියෙනවද, මේක නිකන් අර හොඳටම rough වෙච්ච stick එකක්ද, ඒ වගේ අපිට ඒක තේරුම් ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙනවා, right? So thereby we have 8 different types, right? What are the varieties or what are the types? Panimirus kurundu, right? Because this is native to Sri Lanka, so we are having singular terms, right? කොහෙ තිබ්බත් මේ term එක උනා. Panimirus kurundu, තිත්ත kurundu, right? Based on differences in leaf structure, leaf and bark pungency, right? පිටේගේ pungency එකත් මේකට බලපානවා. Panimirus kurundu, තිත්ත kurundu, කහට kurundu, වැලි kurundu, සෙවල් kurundu, නාග kurundu, පැණි රස kurundu, පීරිස් kurundu, right? So it is easy to remember, right? Panimirus kurundu, තිත්ත kurundu, කහට kurundu, වැලි kurundu, සෙවල් kurundu, නාග kurundu, පැණි රස kurundu, පීරිස් kurundu, right? Okay. Field establishment of cinnamon. How to do? Normally seed propagation we are practicing, right? seed propagation is widely used method. However, it can also be propagated by stem cuttings and layering, right? All the vegetative propagations also there. Seeds are collected from desirable mother plants. Erect stem with smooth bark, vigorous growth, easiness of peel in the stem bark, right? These are the free from pest and diseases. Monkey cotton get free from pest and diseases. So you can see that because our economically important part is the bark, right? Not the leaf. So always we are focusing on the bark characteristics. So you can see erect stems, right? If the stem is erect, it is very easy to peel off the bark, right? Because we need barks, right? And smooth bark. If it has lumps and some puka areas, definitely it is very difficult to remove, right? And vigorous growth, right? It should be vigorous enough to harvest, right? Easiness of peel in the stem, right? There are some stems very difficult to peel off, right? So if you need even peeling, that means we have to have a very easy peeling characteristics and pest free from pest and diseases, right? Then we have to think about the sweetness and flavor, right? As we discussed in the last slide, we have 8 types, right? So sweetness and flavor also in consideration when doing the propagation. Collected fleshy berries are left in heaps for 2 to 4 days in shade to soften and rot, right? The same thing as what practice in pepper, right? The pulp is then removed and seeds are washed and dried, air dried, right? Because we have to avoid the dormancy, we have to remove the dormancy. So we are heaping 2 to 4 days and we are removing the pulp. කුරුඳු ගෙඩි දැකලා තියෙන කවුරු ඉන්නවා නම් මතක ඇති. ඒ උඩ තියෙන පොඩි ෆ්ලෙෂි ඇටේ වටේට පොඩි ෆ්ලෙෂි එයර් එකක් තියෙනවා, right? So we have to heap it and rot. ඒක නරක් වුණාට පස්සේ ඒක අයින් කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඊට පස්සේ හොඳට air dry කරනවා, right? Wash කරලා air dry කරනවා. Wash seeds should immediately sown because viability of seeds will lose with the time. Now it's very viable and all the peri outer part is already removed. What we have to do is immediately we have to sow it. Right. Okay, there's a question. Why some hair-like structures make the cinnamon stem? Hair-like structures. Hair-like structures means. Okay, we'll talk about the pest and diseases. There are some specimens I will show to you, but hair-like structures. Kohen the make it. Can you explain where you can see the? I mean, in which part you can see these hair-like structures?
සර් ගහේ කන්දේ වගේ කෙස් වගේ දේවල් හැදලා තියෙන්නේ අර
කෙස් වගේ දේවල් කොහටද පල්ලෙහාට ඇවිල්ලා නිකන් එළියෙන් ඇවිල්ලා කොහොමද තියෙන්නේ?
ඒ කියන්නේ ගහේ එතිලා
ගහේ එතිච්ච එකක් ඔය කියන්නේ නේද? එහෙනම් ඒක මේ ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක ගහෙන් හැදිච්ච එකක් නෙමෙයිනේ.
නෑ සර්.
එහෙනම් මොකක් හරි වෙන
ස්කුටා වෙන්නේ නැති.
ඒක තමයි. ඒක වෙන මොකක් හරි ඇටැක් එකක් වෙන මොකක් හරි පැරසයිට් එකක් ඒ ඉන්නේ. කුස්කුටා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. කුස්කුටා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. කුස්කුටා හරි එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ වෙන මොකක් හරි තව තර්ඩ් කියන්නේ වෙන මේ තර්ඩ් පාර්ටි එකක් ඉන්නවලුලා දෙන්නේ නැතුව ඒකේ දෙයක් නෙමෙයි. Right. Okay. Then you have a homework, direct seeding in the field and seed bed or cinnamon bowl method. There are 2 types of seeding, so no need to buy hard for the examination, but if you want to know, all those things are available in the website. Refer it as a homework, right? Okay. Then the fertilizer application for cinnamon. When harvesting, the whole cinnamon plant is harvested, right? Hence, the bush need high fertilizer dose to rejuvenate, right? To rejuvenate a new shoot. What do you mean by rejuvenate? නැවත වර්ධනය වෙනවා. නව ජීවනයක් කියන්නේ. නැවත ඒක හැදෙන්න, right? කැපපු වතු ටික ආයේ දළු දාන්න ඕනේ. Application of chemical fertilizer increase the yield significantly, and application of organic fertilizer That means cinnamon leaves, compost, poultry manure, too is highly beneficial for successful growth. So you can have mixture of these things, right? අපි මුළු ගහම කපලා අයින් කරනවා නැත්නම් අපි ඒක දින stem part top portion එකම අයින් කරනවා. top portion එකම අයින් කරනවා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? It will reduce the what do you call the leaf area or the area to produce carbohydrate, the food, right? That means a photosynthetic area. We are not removing all the stems at once, but all the matured or the desired stems we are removing, right? That means major proportion from the plant removed, right? It's a huge stress. So we have to provide some fertilizers to rejuvenate, right? So you can see the fertilizer application. I'm not going to talk these things. This is for your understanding, right? Fertilizer is applied twice a year with the beginning of rains of Yala and Maha. Dolomite is applied at the rate of this much in areas where soil pH is below 4.5. That means more acidic. Why we can expect some of these areas with acidic soils? Acidity එක දකින්න now you can think critically. Huh?
Spontaneous rain condition.
Rain condition. Okay, so how rain condition? Yes, rain condition might affect. So what is the process of having that type of acidic condition?
Surface runoff.
Yes, not actually the surface. Percolation also there because as I mentioned, we are preferring sandy soils, right? Sandy soil තමයි ගොඩක් කරන්නේ. Sandy soil වල මොකද වෙන්නේ? Moisture retention අඩුයි. එතකොට මොකද වෙන්නේ? අර තියෙන material, all the nutrients and all the ions available in the soil will percolate or wash away. So we can see acidic environment, right? Okay, important pests and diseases in cinnamon, right? Okay. We'll look at the pest first, right? Okay, gold forming mites. This is the scientific name. So it's Erioplitus boycei, right? Boycei, right? Gold forming mites. Normally, galls can be found on the upper leaf surface, right? The newly formed galls are pinkish in color and becoming green over the maturity. Mites lay eggs in the leaf tissue and galls forming starts immediately. So mites are the causal organism, right? Mites lay eggs, then it will form galls, right? So understand or remember, galls can be found on the upper leaf surface, right? Not on the lower surface, right? Leaf එකේ උඩ පැත්තේ තමයි අපිට galls දකින්න පුළුවන්. Galls කියන්නේ it's like a lump structure. Earlier it is pinkish in color. With the maturity, it becomes green color, right? Pink color එකකින් අපිට ඉස්සරහම දකින්න පුළුවන්. Then jumping plant loose, right? Another pest. Galls can be found in the lower leaf surface, right? අමතක කරන්න එපා, right? If it is gall forming mite, upper leaf surface. If it is jumping plant loose, it is in the lower leaf surface. The eggs are laid on the surface, on the leaf surface. The gall information appears to be due to the feeding effect of emerging nymphs, right? So nymphs start to feed, so it will form galls, right? As a reaction, right? Jumping plant loose now after galls දකින්න පුළුවන්. Galls can lump structures. I will show some specimens. So we can see the lower surface. If it is gall forming, it can be seen in the upper surface, right? Okay. Then
Excuse me, sir. එතකොට අර පිටි මකුණ
Yes.
වගේ වෙන්නේ නැද්ද?
පිටි මකුණා එච්චරම අපි කියන්නේ economically harmful කියලා. නමුත් පිටි මකුණා ඉන්න අපේ මේකෙත් මම දැකලා තියෙනවා. නමුත් එහෙම මේක ලොකුවට economically harmful සතෙක් නෙමෙයි මේ වගේ pest මොනවාද cinnamon වලදී. මුගක් වෙලාවට මතක තියාගන්න commonly spices වලට ළමයි හරි අඩුයි pest and disease attacks, right? Because of its pungency. හරිද? අපිට හරි අඩුයි. පිටි මකුණා ඉන්නවා. නැතුව මේ පිටි මකුණාගේ එහෙම ලොකු බලපෑමක් මම දන්න තරමින් නැහැ. Leaf spot blight, right? Leaf spot disease, or we call it as leaf blight, right? So this is a disease, right? Coledotrichum gliosporides. Always this organism causes many of the plants, right? Brownish leaf spots, and these may enlarge to make large lesion, right? Lesion means නිකන් තුවාල වගේ. නිකන් අපිට leaf surface එකේ ලොකුවට patches, we can see patches, right? Lesions may be extended from tip of the leaves and from margins. So you can say it starts from margins or tip, right? Spraying 1% Bordex mixture or any other copper fungicide necessary to control this disease. So we have to have remedial measure, but when we are talking about pest attack, if it is not severe, we can see it in here and there. We are not using any remedial measures for boll forming or jumping plant loss, right? But for diseases, definitely we have to apply the fungicide, right? Then black sooty mold, right? Blackish growth of the leaf surface. The fungal growth is confined only to the surface and no penetration into leaf tissues. That means there's no connection with the leaf tissue. There's no harm. Then what is the case? So the fungal growth is confined onto the surface and no penetration into the leaf tissues, right? So what happens? Blackish growth on the leaf surface. So it will cover the active leaf area for the photosynthesis, right? උඩ කළු පාට layer එකක් වගේ මේ black sooty mold හැදෙනවා. So it will reduce the available or the active leaf area used for photosynthesis. Again, it will reduce the quality or the growth of the plant, right? This disease is not economically important and therefore it is not recommended to apply fungicides, right?
Necrosis වගේද මේක?
Sorry?
Necrosis spots?
No. Necrosis means what? What do you mean by necrosis? Necrosis means it's dying, right? Plant parts will die in the necrosis. Necrosis කියලා මොකේ කාරි තියෙනවා නම් ලෙඩක් necrosis කියන්නේ එතන එක මැරෙනවා කියන්නේ. So it's a very critical case. But here what happens? It's a mold. නිකන් කොහොමද කියන්නේ? Leaf surface එක උඩ නිකන් මේ අපි අතින් නිකන් අල්ලන්න පුළුවන්. අපි අතින් ඇල්ලුවොත් අතේ කළු පාට ගෑවෙනවා. නිකන් කළු පාට dust එකක් වගේ එකක් හදනවා. So it will cover the active photosynthetic area. So that is the harm. Otherwise, it will not penetrate to the leaf tissue. So there is no harm from the inside, only covering the active leaf space, right? It is not necrosis, right? Okay. Then how to harvest? Harvesting is done when seedlings are 2.5 years old, right? So here, after 2.5 years, we can practice the harvesting. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. Adding of thing, bark color brown should about 3 to 5 cents.
Sir, we can't hear clearly.
Can you? Hello.
Now we can hear, sir.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So you have to check whether regurth is there. That is 5 centimeters back to a height of about 60 centimeter from the ground level. 6 centimeter, right? We are leaving only 6 centimeters. Angal centimeter high yabi yata inang udin udara ithuru karan, right? When harvesting, right? Remember, right? When harvesting, cutting should be done to interior of bush in such a manner that cut surface faces towards the inside of the clump to promote tillering. What do you mean by that? So assume again, cutting should be done to interior of bush, right? In such a manner that cut surface faces towards the inside of the clump to promote tillering. Okay, it's like this. Assume this is the plant, right? This is the root. Okay, there are some tillers, right? And right? This is the bush, right? Okay. So if we need to get, it should be erect stem, right? Okay, so think about, we are going to cut this part, right? So how we practice the cutting? Cutting should be done to interior of the bush, right? That means cutting should be after leaving 6 centimeter from the ground level, right? Wait. This is the ground level, no? This is the ground level. So cutting should be done interior of the bush, right? Like this. So it will promote tillering. Tillering. Right? Tillers means new shoots, right? That is how you practice the harvesting, right? With the copying large number of shoots get developed, and only the healthy ones are to be retained, right? There are more tillers, but you have to maintain only few tillers which are very vigorous and healthy, right? These developing shoots are pruned at 6 to 8 months interval, right? After 6 to 8 months, we have to do the pruning, right? Allow it to grow further, right? So while harvesting, tops and branches are lopped off and left on the ground to be used for leaf oil distillation. The sticks are collected and carried to the peeling shed, right? So what we are doing, we are taking out the stem for the peeling and leaves for the distillation of oil, right? We are having leaves for oil distillation, right? So 2 parts we are using for 2 different purposes, right? Peeling of cinnamon bark, right? Peeling is done using a small round knife having very sharp point at one end and flat surface on the other end, right? First, scrape the stick and clean it, removing the corky tissue, right? I will show you a video, right? It's the best way, right? First, what we have to do, we have to remove the corky tissue. The rough part we have to remove, right? Now we have the stick. Then the stick is rubbed with the brass rod, right? Remember, we are using a brass rod to loosen the bark from the hardwood. අපි එකට කියනවා මොකද්ද කියන්නේ? දාඩිය දානවා කියලා කියන්නේ ඒක අපි brass rod එක හොඳට අතුල් වෙනවා, right? We are rubbing the bark using the brass rod, right? From the hardwood. Then with the sharp point, one longitudinal cut is made and using a flat side bark is loosened, right? As you can see, we need to take a knife with what? One end or one side with sharp and other side is flat, right? So sharp part used to cut, flat side used to remove the bark, right? The best time after rainy season when new flush of leaves just start to hard, right? After rainy season, because in the rainy season it will induce growth, right? Why not? Condition After rainy season, now the tree knows now we are going to face the stress condition, so it will again reduce the growing pace and again settle down, right? So this is the best time to harvest, right? By looking at the stem, you can say, okay, now it's time to harvest, right? If it is very hard, that means if we can't commence the harvesting within 2.5 years, that means again it will affect for the quality of the bark, right? So you have to think about the bark characteristics also, right? Okay. So before moving to this part, I will show you the process, right? Right. Okay. Wait. Okay. Can you see my browser now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. This is how the cinnamon processing happens. So you can see first what they are doing is scraping the corky tissues. There's a scraper, that's equipment you are using to remove the corky tissue. These parts also used to distill oil. Sometimes these corky tissues also used for the as well. අපිට මේවත් ඔය scrapes ගන්න තියෙනවා. So then you can see here how they peel off, right? How they do the practice. That's the brass rod. See, rubbing on the bark, right? Like a bark, you got a brass rod thing on the atulana. It's very effortful activity, right? The higher thin one is an amaru to the atulana. So you have to have the skill and the practice. Then that's a cut. That's a cut. Here, that's a longitudinal cut, right? Then the other side of the knife, you can use to peel off, right? දැක්කද අනිත් පැත්තෙන් තමයි ගලවන්නේ. එක පැත්තෙන් කපලා අන්න ගලවනවා, right? It is not an even stem. That is why they are having okay. Now you can see how they peel off the bark, right? See. This is the normal practice. Now you can see how the cinnamon is processed. This is a brass rod. Use only a brass rod, right? Okay, then okay, if you have any questions, you can ask, right? Okay, then now after removing or after processing, you can have different products, right? First one is quills, right? Scraped peel of the inner bark of the mature stem and twigs. It's a good quality one, right? You can see the quills. It is very even, right? Then quillings, broken pieces of quills, moderate quality, right? That's the second grade. Then featherings, feather-like short shavings and small bark pieces, right? Featherings, right? You saw the featherings, small parts, right? Then chips, greenish brown, mature, thick, unpeelable bark. After scraping, you can have chips and featherings, right? Right? Featherings normally coming after peeling, but this brownish color is the outer layer, right? It's unpeelable. Right? So you can see quills are there, quillings, featherings, and chips, right? Okay, any questions so far in the cinnamon production? Do you have any question regarding cinnamon production or pepper production? Now you can ask. If not, right? The assignment is make 2 pages document for cinnamon bark peeling and processing, right? Add images if relevant. Submit as a PDF document to LMS on November 30th July, right? So this is your assignment. You have to do this assignment also. So I already showed, and there are so many sources where you can find the cinnamon processing, but restrict or use only Sri Lankan processing methods, right? Don't use other processing methods, only Sri Lankan processing, how they peel, right? There are so many images and you can write it down. No need to take it, copy it as it is, right? Copy karla daan lepa kohenga. Write your own words, right? I need your writing skills as well, right? Write your own words and need only 2 pages, not larger than that, right? Only 2 pages are enough. Photos only 2 or 3 images you can use because I need your writing ability to check, right? Because we don't have any other method to check your writing ability. That is why you are having assignments, right? Okay, write a good assignment, submit it as a PDF document. Okay. So that's all about cinnamon and pepper production, right? Okay, if you don't have any questions, wait, I will check with the Indika sir. I don't think, Indika sir, are you here? No, just wait for a moment, right? Thereafter you can have your lunch break. Don't go anywhere. I will tell you when to start. Wait. Show you the specimens, right? I'll have with the cinnamon. Okay, these are specimens. Definitely you have to know these things. This is gold forming mite, right? I think you can see this, right? Can you see? Okay. So gold forming mites you can see at the upper layer of the leaf. So earlier it is pinkish in color, right? Or pink color, then it form into green color when it get mature, right? See, gold forming mite. These are the goals. Normally we are not applying because if it is severe, then we have to do something. But otherwise, we don't apply any pesticide for them, right? See the pinkish color and green color. So do we draw pictures or assignment relevant ones? No. If you need to add any processing photograph, just it's okay to add. No need to draw anything, right? You can use any creative way, but anyhow, I need a report, right? 2 pages report, right? For your assignment, I need a report. How to do? These are the steps, right? First, what you are going to do, explain it, right? Not in very detailed way because I need only 2 pages document, right? I think Good answer. Yes, yes, it is for cinnamon. Cinnamon bark peeling. We don't have any bark peeling process in pepper, no? Only for cinnamon. I'm not giving any. Do you want another assignment for pepper? If you want, I can give. Hello. Okay, then I will add another assignment. What do you say? You want another assignment?
No, sir.
Okay, okay. So yes, only one assignment is there. Just do it at the correct time, submit. This time don't send me emails, right? Because I checked with I asked you to submit me the whatever the video clips that couldn't upload to the LMS, right? But before the deadline, right? But after the deadline also, I received numerous emails, but I didn't check. So don't send me this time also. After the deadline, just upload it to the LMS, right? If you can't upload, just let me know. But I don't think it's only in a PDF format. Don't use any other format. I will allow only PDF format. So you can upload it to the LMS and do it on or before 30th, right? After that, don't send me any emails, right? Okay, this is jumping plant loss. Jumping plant loss. So you can see the goals formed at the lower surface, right? It is also very different in nature than the goal forming mites, right? The lower side, right? See the difference? Jumping plant loss, right? This is goal forming mite and this is jumping plant loss, right? These are the caterpillar attacks. You can see they feed on the leaf surface, right? Relations. Leaf mine attack. So it is very easy to know. It's like they are feeding in between what do you call the leaf structure, right? Leaf structure. So you can see some tracks here, right? That is the leaf miner. So after having long patches, it's kind of a lesion. They are feeding on the layers in between the leaf, right? Metal layers feed. This is leaf miner, and you can see their tracks. Easy to understand, right? Leaf miner attack. Rough bark disease. You can see, even though it is a immature stem, now it is already turned into brown color. This is rough bark disease, right? These are the utensils used in processing. You can see the cat or the knife that we used. Yes, so coconut or tea. Coconut or tea. Tea assignment, I already gave you. One, right? So there is a question. I will check and let you know. If so, I will extend the deadline, but I will check again and let you know. I don't remember. I will check. Okay. Look at the equipment that we are using. The knife that we use to cut or copies the stem, right? Huge one. Then at the left side, you can see the brass rod, right? It's a brass rod. Then the peeling knife. One side it's flat and the other side is sharp, right? There's another curved knife also to remove whatever the scrapes, and this is a scraper, right? And you can see we need the scissor also to cut peeled bark, right? Kapabu or bark peeled stack and we need a scissor, right? So you can see the inflorescence. And these are the berries, right? See, these are cinnamon berries. before seeding, we have to remove. These are not ripened well. We have to remove the pulp, right? Then we can get out the take out the seed, right? What is this? Chips. These are the chips. And featherings. Featherings are the small particles or small parts which coming after scraping, right? Not from the outer layer, not from the greenish color one. This is after the peeling, right? When at the time of peeling, we can get the feathering, right? So write the assignment by hand and send it as a PDF. Okay, I don't care whether you type it or write it by hand, but it should be clear enough to read, right? And you have to use only 2 pages. It's fine if you want to write it by hand and scan it and send me as a PDF document, right? The creativity and the way you write will affect for your marks, right? That's for your own good. You can choose whether to write by hand or type. Fine with me. Okay. Then what? Game featherings. Quillings, see, it's much longer than the featherings, but they are not complete, right? Quillings, right? Normally in our household use, we are using quillings, right? Okay, no need to have this one. Some of the videos. Okay, that's all about cinnamon. Any questions? Yes, one question. No. Okay. If you don't have any question, you can have Indica sir, what happened to you? Wait. Just stay for a minute. I will check with Indica sir. Okay, don't go anywhere. Just give me 2 minutes. Huh? I will check with your next lecturer.
Right, thank you. So I think you spend the morning for the other crops, and I am going to say deal with beetle cultivation, and if there is enough time, then I am going to touch the vanilla cultivation as well. So vanilla, so if it is not time fits, so we are going to take some time from the practical session to discuss it, right? So vanilla is that is not having so many theory concepts. So just wait until I share this one, right? I think 2 hours is given for me. Just wait, be ready to be somewhere around 4:30, a little bit more than if it is required. So I'm going to start from the beetle cultivation. So there are 3 pictures. So the first one, that is somewhere around 4 to 6 month old cultivation. Second one is somewhere around not half year, 1 year or say 15-month cultivation. And third one, the well matured 1.5 year to 2-year cultivation. What about the voice quality? Is it possible you to listen clearly?
Yes,
Right. So if it is not, you can type it in chat box, right? Before doing anything else, we are going to talk a little bit the botany of the crop, because this is a little bit a different crop than some other crops. If you talk about coffee, so the coffee and paper is showing the characteristics of this plant, or this plant is showing the characteristics of those two plants. So this is a wine, right? So evergreen wine, evergreen means that will produce leaves all over the year. At the same time, this is a perennial plant. It is not a annual one. So perennial means this will last around 10 to 15 years. Unfortunately, there is a disease. Because of that disease, the farmers will have to say settle down with some lesser times. But if you are going to cultivate this as a stand-alone 1 or 2 wines in your backyard, so then that can be kept more than 10 to 15 years. This is having heart-shaped leaves. So I need not to tell you what the heart shape is. Shiny, so that means lustering. Heart-shaped leaves are available. Deciduous means the leaves will are dioecious. So dioecious means plants are having say male and female flowers, right? So you know that it is Peperaceae family is having the pepper and betel. So those two are almost same, but there are some differences as well, because those two are 2 different species. So these Peperaceae plants are having 3 types of shoots. So coffee also is having 3 types of shoots. Coffee also is having 3 types of shoots, but that is not belongs to Peperaceae. So the main branch is called the orthotropic branch. This branch is having adventitious roots on the node of its stem. And the leaves initiating from these nodes are called stem leaves, because that is different from the other leaves. So got it is orthotropic branch, the main branch, orthotropic branch. The main difference of that one is this orthotropic branch will produce adventitious roots in its node. Then the plagiotropic branch, those are called lateral branch as well. These branches will emerge from the node of the main branch, or the orthotropic branch. And this plagiotropic branch does not carry adventitious roots. So it is possible you to identify these two using that feature. Nodes are in the main one, nodes having the adventitious roots, but in the lateral ones, they are not having adventitious roots. Then unproductive water shoots will emerge from the bottom of the plant. So these will not carry the adventitious roots, and this will say pinkish color is available in the stem. However, the orthotropic branch may turn into unproductive water shoots if it is not received or having a support to climb up. Got it? the orthotropic branch may turn into a water shoot if it does not receive a support to climb up. Then that will not produce adventitious roots, or that may produce one or two adventitious roots in the nodes. So these are two images. The first one is the orthotropic branch. Second one also is the orthotropic branch. The first one is a mature one. Second one is a immature one. You can see these are the so-called node, right? So this is the internode length. So this is another node. You can see that there is a lateral or plagiotropic branch here. So these are the adventitious roots. So support is here. So you can see that some lateral branches in the side of the image. Those are not having adventitious roots, and the stem size or the thickness also smaller than the main branch. So this is the same branch, the top of the branch. So now it is not received a support. That means it is climbing above the support. So you can see somewhere else here the support is there. So this cutting is a very good one for planting purpose. So you can see that the milkish adventitious roots or young adventitious roots. So this is still not yet produced, that one. So that will produce it a little bit later. But in this case, you can see it here, right? So you need to tie this up to the support before the maturity of that milkish roots. Again, the same one. So this is the same branch as this one. So when I going to take the picture of this one, so I had to bend this, right? The same branch, right? Same plagiotropic, orthotropic branch, right? So these are lateral branches from the same bush. So you can see that the stem thickness is much smaller than the previous one, and you don't have any lateral or adventitious roots from the nodes. So these leaves are called lateral leaves. The previous image we had so these are stem leaves. In Sinhala, these are called Kandakola. I don't know what it is from the Tamil. So these leaves are called Hidunakola in Sinhala. So unfortunately, I can't remember the name in Tamil, right? So main branch, lateral branch. So main branch will be orthotropic branch, lateral branch will be plagiotropic branch. So main branch is having stem leaves, and the lateral branches are having harvestable leaves. Water shoots, right? You can see some pinkish color is available. Leaf shape, I'm going to talk it a little bit later. Heart-shaped leaves can be seen, and lustering leaves is there. It's shiny. No adventitious roots. The same one. So in this case, this is having two lateral adventitious roots. So because this is a water sucker, water shoot, that is that may be the main stem of the branch or the main stem of the bush grown over the support. Playing unproductive branch. So this is a main branch turned into unproductive one. You can see that some letter pinkish color and the lateral adventitious roots are also there. So it is possible you to identify the water suckers emerging from the bottom of the plant and water suckers emerge from say turn to say main branch turn to water suckers. So main branch will produce one or two lateral branches, adventitious roots as well. So leaves are also having two different shapes. I'll come to this image. The three type of caudated leaves are available. Caudated means cardiology. It is it is having the heart shape, right? This shape is there, right? Kandakola or the main leaves, right? Main leaves, the Pidunakola or lateral leaves, Ranakola or leaves from the unproductive shoots, right? So those are the three type of leaves. So three type of stems and three type of leaves from those stems. So shall we see what those are? So this is the leaves producing from the main stem. So there are two different characteristics, right? The main leaves are symmetric. That means the two halves are 100% equal to each other. Two halves are 100% equal to each other. So this half and this one. So this is and this is. So keep in this place, right? I'm going to remove these drawings from this one. Then you should be able to identify this place, right? So this is the main stem and this is the Pidunakole or the lateral leaves. Look at this place, right? So you can see so these two halves are not identical. Look at this difference, right? So that was not available in this. This is all in the same place. You can see it. Those are emerging from the same place. If it is not visible, you can see that lateral veins also starting from the same place, from the left side and the right side. Look at here. So those are not starting from the same place. Those are also a little bit starting from the different places. Right. There will be an image with no drawings. Look at it. Look at this, right? Here you can see it. Starting from the same place, but here starting from different places. And the left side of the leaf blade is starting from little bit above the right side in our image, right? But in the real world, the left side will be this one. So I don't know whether that is always the case. Symmetric, asymmetric. So pinnated and arcuate vein. So these names came from the botany of crops. So if you don't know what these names, they pinnated and arcuate. So just Google those names, right? So otherwise we will not be able to finish the course. So if you are going to talk about those things. Pinnated and arcuated veins, but not starting from the same location. So what will be this one then? Oh, someone answer me. What is this? Is it the main stem one or piduna koleyak or lateral leaf? So then නැත්තම් මම නමක් කියලා අහනවා. ඔඩින් ඉන්න තේෂාන් 3001 Shehan Achini nobody is there. 3001. I am asking question. What is this? You can type it in the chat, right? If you are not willing to talk. Whether it is a main stem or whether it is a lateral one. 3001, 3058, 3012, Achini. (3081) Aska Banu. I'm asking you to either type it or so there are several answers, 4 answers. Lateral, Piduna koleyak, lateral. Yes. So those 4 answers are correct, right? So how you identify it? So it is possible you to look at this, right? From this place, it is not easy to identify because it's almost starting from the same place. But if you say look at somewhere else here, veins are starting from different places, not from the same place. And so this is also not the same place, but it is not clear in this image. So this is a lateral leaf or it's a Piduna koleyak, lateral branch. Another 2 answers are there. Yes, those are lateral, right. Good. Right, shall we proceed? The economic importance. The leaves are harvested. Then stem cuttings are can be saved as planting materials. So stem cuttings can be used to prepare seedlings or rooted planting materials. So those are very expensive. Earlier it was somewhere around 30 rupees, then they were somewhere around 50 rupees, then they were 75 to 100 rupees now. rooted cuttings, right? Rooted cuttings means the planted ones. So leaves are harvested. So this is very closely related with our culture, whether it is Sinhala or Tamil. So the people use this to chew with arecanut. So most important thing, this is used to show the respect to other people. If you familiar with inviting for event in villages, the people use betel leaves to invite for weddings, or to invite to say to Ayurvedic doctor. So many cultural activities use these things. So you are going to worship or respect elders by giving leaves. 2 billion to 3 billion export market is available. So the rupees, right? Not USDs. For this one, that is the most important thing. Unfortunately, these days, our main buyer is Pakistan. So Pakistan is having some uncertainty over the corrupted or the collapsed economy these days. So market is almost collapsed this season. Couple of years back, it was very good, but now so we will come to it a little bit later. So Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan, but so we are the giant producer in these three countries. We export these things to India and Pakistan both, but our main buyer is the Pakistan. In case of Sri Lanka, Kurunegala, Gampaha, Colombo, Kalutara, and part of the dry zone is used to cultivate this commercially, but in many places this can be cultivated because of the airport situated in the Katunayaka. So suburb area or the nearby area is used for the cultivation for export market. So with the purpose of exporting. Kurunegala, when I call Kurunegala, that is the Pannala, Giriulla, Narammala, then Koliyapitiya. So that area is very famous for cultivating betel leaves for export market, part of the Gampaha area. But this is possible to grow in any place. Shall we talk about that is the botany? Shall we talk about the climatic requirements, climatic and soil requirements? You can see that it is required a well-distributed rainfall. That should be somewhere around 1,000 meters below the sea level height. So I have seen this available in the Nuwara as well. But in case of Nuwara, the leaves are not much large. That may be because of those maybe traditional varieties available in those places. However, the theory says it grows well below 1,000 meters, but that is available in the above as well. So you know that well spread rain is available because that is an evergreen plant. So that is producing leaves throughout the year. So you need water. At the same time, the nutrient as well. The drainage of the soil should be very, that should be very good conditions, right? So soil should be drained well. Otherwise, you will have to take necessary action not to flood or the clog water. That will cause for many diseases. But it is possible you to grow these in gravel soils, loamy soils, or sandy soils, so in many soil types, if you are going to provide good drainage facility. The waterlogged conditions or saline conditions or alkaline conditions are not suitable. Slightly acidic soils may be okay. That means 5.5 pH to 6.5. Not much bad. But you know that when it is alkaline, so nutrient absorption will be affected. Sorry, acidic, right? Right, keep that in mind. There are no hard and fast rule or rocket science here. So you need a good drainage soil. If it is not you will have to provide facilities to drain the soil. That is it. Because of the evergreen plant, you need to provide water throughout the year and nutrient throughout the year. So evergreen, at the same time, you are going to remove the leaves as well. So then you need good amount of source of nutrients. Naram Mali, Naram Rati, Maneru, Ratadalu, Galdalu, Gatatodu, Garandi Maneru, Kalubulat. There are some other things. Kalubulat is not a variety, right? So cut this. It is a selection or that is a name. Naram Mali and Naram Rati are, right? These two are selection of this one, right? So those were identified or produced in the Beetle Research Center situated at Naram Mala. That is why it is having Naram. Then Mali is the research officer who did the work. Rati is the supervisor or the boss of the Mali. So Ratnasiri and Malani, right? Malani was my she is my junior batchmate. Ratnasiri is a very experienced elder person. So Ratnasiri is not there, I think now, but Malani is there at the Narammala research station. If you are nearby in that place, you can go to that place and you can observe the things available there. All the 17th export agricultural crops is available there. So Maneru is available in most places, but Naramali and Naramrati are not well spread. So this is extensively used for export market, right? As these Naramali and Naramrati are also the same. Ratadalu are also used for the export market. There are two differences, very small differences in these two. Others are used for the local market. So these are used for the local market. Sorry. So I'm going to delete this one, right? These are for the local market. So this one is not a variety. So people who grow beetles for export market, they will not harvest it as they did for local market, right? Export market requires very mature, dark color leaves. So, but local market needs immature leaves. The local market people harvest it somewhere around 2 weeks interval. But for the export market, they kept it for 3 weeks and they add more fertilizer to get dark green color. That is why it is called kalu. So either Naramali or Naramrati or Maneru or Ratadalu all can be converted to Kalu Bulat. So Kalu means black, Bulat means beetle, right? Black color leaves are not available, but dark green color leaves are available. The farmers they say it's Kalu Bulat. So keep that in mind, right? Kalu Bulat is not a variety. Shall we check whether it is possible to identify these things? So these images were taken from the department, say, bulletins. I'm going to show you how to identify them. Look at this Maneru, right? This width and this length almost equal. There is a ratio, but that is not equal. That is almost equal. That will point it out sharply at the end. But look at this. That is little bit longer, right, than the Maneru, that is Ratadalu, right? And this is pointing gradually, so that is why it is little bit large and long. In this case, Galdalu, length is much larger than other two. So this is easily can be identified if the leaf is having equal length and width. That is Maneru. That is a little bit longer than the width. That is Ratadalu. It is very long than the width, right? So that is Galdalu or other local varieties. Shall we now see the real world examples? I think you can see the image now. So Maneru, as I told you, so this, sorry, just wait. So this width and the length is almost equal. Can I rotate this? No, it is not possible for me to rotate. Otherwise, I could have. No, it is not possible for me to rotate, right? I could have kept it in the one way. So this will be a little bit larger than that one. But when it comes to Ratadalu, so Ratadalu is having a little bit larger length. This is much more larger than the width. So there is a ratio as well, but that is not a fixed one. When it comes to ratio, this is close to 1. This is a little bit away from the 1. This is more away from the 1. Shall we check? There are many things. So as I told you that for export market, you need large dark green leaves. Long internal, this is controversial. This is controversial, although, so I say, so this one is controversial, raw, because people go for short ones. Because if the internodal length is short, more say branches and more leaves can be produced for a say unit length of a vine. Therefore, people do not like to grow large internodal length vines. But this was taken from the department bulletins. So they also instruct us to go for short internodal ones. So I need to delete this portion, right? For local market, medium to small, light green. So look at this, light green, dark green. Leaves are preferred. Shorter internodal length vine produce small leaves. So this is also controversial. So, but those were in the department bulletins, export agriculture department bulletins. So I do not have the authority to change it. But in practice, I know that the people like to grow short internodal ones and they will produce large leaves. In case of mine, I am having a very small number of vines, somewhere around 100. So those are short internodal ones. Those are having very large leaves. Maneru, large dark green shiny leaves. Lustering leaves. Shiny means lustering leaves. So 40 to 60 leaves can be harvested for a 3 weeks interval from a well-grown vine. This for export market. Out of these 40 to 60 leaves, at least 50% can be exported. That means, say more than 50%, somewhere around 70 to 80% can be exported if you look after your cultivation well. There are some things you will have to reject. So if you do not water well, the leaves will be small. So those small leaves will have to sort. The small leaves, so those will not be accepted by the exporters. Then if there are pest damages, so those leaves may develop license on the leaf or say damage on the leaf. So those are also not accepted. But these leaves are not accepted in the local market because those are large, so expensive. Therefore, the local market people will not like to purchase these things in bulk, but they will purchase some small amount of leaves to keep it for the last leaf of their, say what we call bullet. You can see that large leaves are used as the last leaf of the bunch, right? That is Maneru. So these are the example of a Maneru leaf. Now you can clearly see the length and width and this sudden pointing. So the next one, Ratadalu. That is large green leaves. In the previous case, it was dark green leaves. But this is little bit lighter. You can see that this is a dark green leaf. So shall we check what was the quality of Ratadalu? However, the greeniness will be determined by the cultural practices as well. Length is slightly larger than the width, right? Length is slightly larger than the width when you compare it with the Maneru. Because of that reason, this end, so the bend is gradual. It is not sudden. You can see the yield is to some extent lesser than the previous case. 25 to 40 leaves can be harvested. In the previous case, 40 to 60 leaves. So that is why the farmers tend to grow for Maneru ones. So Maneru seedlings are not seedlings. Stem cuttings are expensive than the Ratadalu. So if you are going to start one, it is better to go for Maneru. So in case of when the sorting done, you will end up with 10 to 30 or 10 to 20 leaves. That is possible. In the previous case, it was 40 to 60. So when you sort it, at least you will end up with say 20 to 30 leaves, better for export market. But in this case, 10 to 20 leaves are remaining. Still, this is good for the export market, but the local market people also will buy. So this is something used for bottom and top layer of beetles. This is not the what we call the bulat witter. When these are ready to say prepared for the marketing purpose, the leaves will be stacked. So layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, layer 5. So this will be the stack, right? So these large leaves will be kept in the bottom one, right? And top one, right? Unfortunately, so that is not a good one. So therefore, when the buyers comes, they will loosen this and check what is available in the middle. So if a person is doing that one, then the buyers will not willing to purchase it from those people. So that is actually that is not practice. So this is an example of Ratadalu. You can see that the length of the leaf and is larger than the width. At the same time, this is little bit green color than the previously shown Maneru leaf. Look at it, right? I think you can see it. I think you can see it now. So this is a little bit green color, but keep in mind that these greeniness can be changed using your the fertilizer applications. But when it is going to apply fertilizer, that should be done very carefully. So otherwise, the disease may spread. This is Galdalu, right? but Galdalu normally do not use for the export market. But if the farmers do not received either Maneru or Ratadalu, then they go for the Galdalu one. Medium size dark green leaves. Length is larger than width. An elongated leaf is the elongated means the long side is longer than the width. It is drought resistant. So that is a good character, right? Drought resistance. But most people who grow beetles, they water their plantations or their cultivations in the morning and in the evening. Otherwise, it is not possible them to maintain a good cultivation. Can you give me a couple of minutes break? 1 or 2 minutes, right? So other varieties are not normally grow for the say even the local market. Guarantee Maneru, whatever the things. You can see a Galdalu leaf that is more long. So when in most of the local market leaves are belongs to this. So when you go to the market and if you see beetle leaves, most of the things are either Galdalu or Ratadalu. Naramali. So I told you that these are selections from Maneru. You can see the length 25 with 19. That's a weight as well. Shall we? The ratio, say 19 divided by 25. Easily I can divide 20 from 25, right? 20 from 25. The ratio, right? So this is 4 to 5, no? Yes, this is 4, this is 5. Ratio is 4 to 5. So to keep that in mind, right? The weight 8 grams per leaf, dark green color. Leaf yield per vine at one house 50 to 60. So in the previous case, it was called as 40 to 60, right? Mokadda 40 to 60 kiwe? What was the 40 to 60? Maneru yield was 40 to 60, but this is larger than that 50 to 60. Leaf percentage with export quality is more than 80%. You can see that yield, expected yield, export quality leaves 1.2 million per year, per 1,000 sticks. Shall we calculate the yield, the price or the revenue? 1.2 million. To divide it from 1,000, 1,200,000 units. Multiplied this by 10,000 rupees. So that is the average price per 1,000 leaves. So what was it? Normally the average export market price is 10,000 rupees per 1,000 leaves. That means 1 rupee. Right? So this is 10,000, right? Unfortunately, these days the price is around 5,000 to 3,000. But 10,000, in most cases, the export price is 10,000 to 15,000, right? But there were somewhere around 2019, the price was increased up to 30,000 to 50,000 per 10,000 leaves. Again, eka koleyak. So 1 leaf, 30 rupees to 50 rupees were recorded. Because of that reason, the farmers around our area, Naramala, Kuliyapitiya, Nikavaratiya, Giriulla, Pannala, so that area people, they cultivated this in large quantities. Now those are harvesting. Now there is a huge flush in the market or the supply. Unfortunately, that at the same time, the economic status of the Pakistan was collapsed. So otherwise, the price will not reduce up to this point. You can see that how much can be from 1,000 sticks. 1,000 sticks can be looked after by one person who is doing a job as well. In the morning, he need to water. In the evening also, he need to water. 2 weeks interval, he need to fertilize it. But those can be done a person who is doing a job as well. Naram Rati, 26. So that is a little bit lesser than the Naram Mali. The length is little bit large. Width is little bit lower. So the ratio is little bit higher. Not higher, that means smaller. 8 grams, light green color, previous one or dark green color, yield 60 to 65. In the previous case, 50 to 60. But the export quality is a little bit lesser than the previous one because of the shape of the leaf. So the yield is a little bit lesser than the previous case. Just 200,000, 150,000, no? Yes, is lesser than the previous case. But both are very good. Shall we check Maneru? Sorry, Maneru, we check it, right? Selection of stem cuttings for the plantation. So this is the most important thing. You need to go for a disease-free plantation to get stem cuttings. That is the difficult one. So this can be achieved, or if you are going to observe the plantation during the rainy season, because the disease is more prominent. But in the dry spells, disease is hidden. It is not possible you to identify whether there is a plantation with the disease or not. Disease means there is a very, dangerous disease, bacterial wilt. There is no cure for that one. So you will have to protect your plantation from that one, to a cultivation from that one. Dark green leaves should be available. Long internodal length, so there is controversial one, right? Because in case of mine, those are not long, but those are producing very large leaves. But you can check whether that cultivation is having lateral branches from the bottom of the plant to the top equally, and at least 2 to 3 lateral branches from the node. So those are very good. The size of the leaves, right? Disease conditions. The number of lateral branches emerge from a node. Then you need to cut a shoot with at least two, right? Make lateral branching shoots දෙකක්වත්. So main stem again. This means at least two lateral branches should be available for from a node. So this is how you do it. So these are the top cuttings. Top cutting are the most good ones, but always it is not possible you to go for a top cuttings. So you will have to go for a little bit more ones as well. Then, so you are going to cut a slanted cut like this in the image, and you are going to keep two nodes, internodes. This point, if you are going to plot it a little bit more, right? And you are going to keep this side up, right? But if you are going to directly plant it in your soil bed, so people go for 3 nodal cuttings. But then you need large amount of stem cuttings. So these are also expensive. The same thing without the drawing. When you are going to plant this, you are going to cut this tender portion and remove it, because that will die. So the dying part should not be kept in the seedling bed, cutting bed. Site selection for cultivation. Flat sands are welcome. Flat lands are welcome, but if it is not a flat land, you can prepare your soil beds into flat and something like a staircase arrangement. Well-drained land should be selected. If it is not well-drained, you need to take care of to provide the drainage, but do not select clay soils. So others are okay. Gravel soils are okay. Sandy soils are okay. Loamy soils are okay, but clay soils are not okay. Unshaded area is required because for 2 reasons. This is a evergreen plant, that is a sun-loving plant, but you need to provide little bit shade because of the direct sunlight, the leaves may burn. The area, the soil area should be disease-free, and that area should not carry pepper cultivation nearby, or the place should not be previously used place for the betel cultivation. A water source should be available because you need to provide water, or you need to irrigate this one twice per day. That is a must, twice per day. Currently, the agriculture, the commercial agriculture, so we are talking about the commercial agriculture, it is possible you to provide drip irrigation or sprinkler irrigation. So then you can cut off your labor cost for watering. And that can be automated as well. It is very easily with the very minimum of cost that can be possible to automate. Either time-based one or either soil moisture-based one. Soil moisture-based one means you need the soil moisture testers in the soil bed. Then if it is reduced to a certain amount, you can start the watering process. When it comes to another level, that means accepted level, you can stop it automatically. Or it is possible you to do it time-based one. But when you are going to a time-based one, if you receive rain, still that will work. Then the soil bed preparation. you can see that the width of the soil bed is 1.2 meters. You need to keep 1.5 meter between two beds. And you can see that there are drains the either side of the soil bed. Right? So these are drains. Those are 30 centimeter, some around 6-inch depth soil beds. So drains, right? So drains are very important. But if your soil is well-drained one, those drains are not required. 1.2 meter width, 10 centimeter sunken beds. It was not shown in that image, but there is a separate image. These are sunken bed, not raised bed, right? However, if your soil is not well drained, you can prepare a raised bed, a large, somewhere around 2 meter soil bed. Inside that 2 meter soil bed, you can prepare 1.2 meter sunken bed. What I said? If not, something like this, right? So you are going to create a soil bed like this, right? Right? This is 2 meter. From the 2 meter one, you are going to create 1.2 meter sunken bed, right? So this is the sunken bed now. If this is the case, you need not to go for a drainage here. So this is 1.2 meter means this is somewhere around, so you are having enough space to harvest the leaves. Metana 60ක් විතර ඉතුරුනොත් හොඳයි centimeter. So 2 meter මදි වෙනවා. 60. That means 1.2 is there. 1.2 means this should be 2.4 meter one. If your soil is not draining well, so you will have to do this, right? Otherwise, your cultivation will infect. Soil need to be plowed for 45 centimeters before doing anything else. The large soil clots need to be broken into fine particles. The best practice the people do or the farmers do is they hire a small backhoe and they will dig and loosen the whole soil. And from the backhoe itself, they are going to create this kind of soil bed, right? So if it is well-drained soil, so the previous one is prepared. So that is very economical. So using a small backhoe, right? Once you prepare the soil bed, so soil bed need to be sterilized. These are a must practice to protect your cultivation. Otherwise, before 1 year or 1.5 years, your cultivation may infect with the bacterial wilt. To some extent, you are going to water your soil bed before sterilization process. So that is to facilitate the steam preparation inside the soil layer, right? Then you are going to stack soil, say straw layer, rice husk layer, straw layer. So this is the soil bed, right? So this is the soil bed, right? So that is filled with straw. So before doing this straw, as you are going to water it, it is not flooded to some some water should be applied to it. Those water will turn into steam once you set fire to this one, right? Once you set fire to this one, so that will gradually, slowly burn out. That will generate a lot of heat, right? So those heat will evaporate or will make the steam inside the soil. So those steam will kill the germs. That the temperature of the soil layer will increase about 100 Celsius because of the steam and the pressure generated from the steam, because these are trapped inside the soil. So that is a must step, right? But there are some other chemical sterilization practice as well. Then this is how you are going to place seed cutting, stem cuttings. But it's to mark these places. You can see that there are 3 rows. Some farmers use only 1 row. Some farmers, not 1 row. Some farmers will use 2 rows and some farmers will use 3 rows. There is a new method as well. I'm going to explain it a little bit later. So those are the places. So there are 2 different methods. So you can see that the middle row is shifted right side to accommodate the first plant is in the middle of the adjacent 2 plants. But this is also practice. You can see that 15 centimeter gap is kept below the, with the edge of the bed and the plant, and 45 centimeter and half, 1.5 feet and 1.5 feet spacing between the row and plant both. So this is the illustration of the sunken bed. So this is how you need to plant them. So you can see that 30 centimeter trench, but this one should be at least 60 centimeter. It is not indicated here. Otherwise, it is not possible you to harvest it. So this should be at least 60 centimeter. Unfortunately, people will not keep this trench because it is not possible them to harvest. That is why I told you that they practice this method. Right? These are someone planted, right? So this is a little bit more than 2 or to some around 2.5 meter gap is there. So this one will be 1 to 1.2 meter sunken bed is there. So some wasting the space, but so that is not a waste, because otherwise your cultivation will collapse. So this is the theory. This is the practice. The most people like to keep 2 rows in a single bed, not 3. So then it is 1 meter is enough. However, 2 at least 60 centimeter space is required for you to harvest, and you do the cultural practices. There are a set of cultural practices need to be carried out. So if that space is not available, it is not easy. When you are going to plant, you are using 2 seedling cuttings for a single hole or a single hole. But 1 cutting also is enough, because this will produce more branches later. So in case of mine, I haven't done any research regarding 1 cutting or 2 cutting is okay. But in case of my personal practice, I know that 1 cutting is enough. This is the Nivas method, right? So this is your land. Now, this is called the pole method or the bush method. You are going to prepare individual pits. Something like you grow banana or papaya or paper, right? Or vanilla. Individual holes are prepared 2 meter apart. So 2 by 2 or a little bit more, 3 by 3 by 3 pit is dig using a backhoe. Then you are going to fill that say soil pit using compost medium. So normally people do not add poultry manure for this one because they believe that that will attract the disease. So that is true because it is having a lot of nitrogen and a lot of nutrients. So the plant will be succulent. So disease may infect the plant easily. So therefore people do not add poultry manure for beetle cultivations. But there are people who practice them as well. So then you are going to plant or place a hole on the middle of this soil pit. So normally people use Gliricidia say straw pole. So that is the length of that one is around 8 to 9 feet. You need to say bury somewhere around say 30 centimeters or a little bit more to the below the soil. So you will end up with 7 to 8 above the soil surface. 7 to 8 feet above the soil surface. That means if you look something like this, right? So this is the pole, right? Then this is the soil, right? So this height is at least 6 inches, not inches, but feet. It is okay to go for more height. Unfortunately, then you need a lot of effort to harvest. Don't go for lesser height, right? Lesser than 6 is not accepted. From this kind of bush, now we are going to plant one comment is there, this is triangle method. Yes, that is triangle method, but it is not a must to say. So this, I prefer that is to be triangle, but some people do it as a square method as well, right? Shifting they do not shift the middle row to the right side or the left side. If you shift it, that is a triangle method. If you do not shift it, that is square method. However, so you are having enough space between 2 bushes, so the bush will receive a lot of sunlight. And if you infected one plant, assume that one plant is going to be infected. Now it is easy for you to treat this plant. What you do is you are going to remove all this plant. You must. People do not like, but you must, right? Then you can treat for the other plants. You are going to uproot these 5 plants and you are going to burn it in the middle pit, or you need to remove it from the cultivation very carefully without infecting other plants. Then there is a high guarantee not to spread that disease into the other ones. You will have to observe the plantation at least once a day, and you should have the knowledge and skill to identify the deficiency symptoms, pest damages, and the disease. So there are some other diseases it is possible you to cure, but the bacterial blight is not. The whole plant will damage within a couple of months. So it is possible to have some around 500 leaves from a one bush, well-grown one bush. So the Navarammala Research Center says that the yield from the previous method one and this method is not different. In the previous case, one plant will give you some around 50 to 60 leaves if it is say the best variety. So otherwise that is giving you 20 to 30 leaves in average. But in this case, you are going to plant 2 seedlings per single bush or a single hole or single pit. But there are some people who is willing to, or who is practicing, they are cultivating 4 plants or 3 plants in a single hole. But I am not advising or not recommending that one, because 2 plants are more than enough. That will grow very well because it is having enough sunlight, enough water. So not enough water, enough nutrients, because more space is there. Then based on the drainage conditions, you will have to prepare drainage trenches in the field. Make it so this in this image, drainage lines are not prepared, but this is the recommended method currently. Bush method. Once you planted your, in case of that bush method, you are going to plant already rooted seedlings. It is possible you to say directly plant seedlings cuttings or root cuttings, but then you will have to water the whole land. But it is possible you to root the cuttings in a propagator. So you need maximum 4 to 5 weeks for preparation. So we are going to do a practical next week on that one, right? We are going to say prepare a propagator. So I am talking about the way. If you are going to do it directly planting in the soil bed, that means the discussed in the previous establishment method, not in the bush method, right? Covered with the coconut fronds or other shading material about 4 to 6 weeks, you can see that if you directly plant your seedlings cuttings in the soil bed, you will have to close it for 4 to 6 weeks completely using cajun leaves or coconut fronds. Fronds give a pole pit. What you do is something like this. So if this is the soil bed, so other way around, no? If this is the soil bed, you are going to keep coconut fronds like this, whole piti homatiela. Then you are going to cover it with the cajun leaves fully, right? So shall I draw it something like this? So you are going to close it. Add it at the end there. Right? You are going to close it without keeping any place to evaporate your the water, or without keeping holes to penetrate sunlight into the rooted cuttings, right? That is for 4 to 6 weeks. At the very first time, you are going to flood it, right? You are going to provide water. That means you are flooding it. Then, if you flood it, it is not required to provide water daily, but it is better to provide some water in the morning and in the evening on to the top of the giant leaves. So sprouting will occur somewhere around after 21 to say 21 days is enough actually. But so for the safe side, you need a little bit more time. So if it is dry spell, or if it is not fully trapped with the giant leaves, so that will take a little bit more time. So what you do is, after 3 weeks to 4 weeks, so you are going to remove the shade or the giant leaves and examine the cuttings, and you are going to remove the died ones and replant the new one for that one. Then you are going to close it again. After 3 weeks, you are going to remove it and you are going to check it, and you are going to do some sanitary tasks. Died ones will be removed. So then you are going to close it again. So after 4 to 6 weeks, you are going to remove it and you are going to add cow dung or compost. Right? Say that will take 4 to 6 weeks or 7 weeks if you are going to plant them without root directly in the set, then plant them directly in the soil bed. But if you are going to use a propagator, you need 4 weeks maximum to for the sprouting. After that, you can directly plant it in the soil bed. So before then, in that case, you can provide the fertilizer before planting. But in the previous case, you do not provide fertilizer before planting. Got it? If you are directly cutting are planted the soil bed, so you do not provide fertilizer in that time. So you are going to provide the fertilizer after 6 to 7 weeks after sprouted. However, in both cases, once you say receive the sprouted cuttings, right? You need to establish the poles or the support, right? So this support should be say somewhere around 1 inch to 1.5 inch stalks, or in most cases, the coffee leaves or very hardy plant leaves are used. So not leaves, stalks are used, right? Here and there, the farmers will establish Albizia, or what we call, so definite names are there, say Albizia, Gliricidia, or stalks, right? So those will be rooted, and your what we call Pandalama, be safe, right? Once you establish the pole, you need to tie up your betel vine into that one. That should be carried out daily, or at least 2 days interval. if your growth rate is a little bit higher, so you need to do it daily. That is because adventitious roots will tie into the support when they are young. Once they are mature, so that will not tie up into the pole. So if it is not tied up, they do not produce lateral branches. That vine may change into an unproductive water sucker. However, once you establish the supports and tie it up to the support, you need to provide shade again. You can see that the shade is provided in the little bit above the vines. Now vines are a little bit large, right? So shade can be removed later. You can see the arrangement of this structure. This is called Pandalama in Sinhala. I think it is Pandalam in Tamil. So you can see that 2 to 2.5 meter poles are used. So at least you will end up with so this is say 6 to 7 feet height should be available. If it is lesser than that one, your yield will lose, right? If it is possible to go for 8, that is much better. There are some practice how this is produced. So let me tell it. What is the time now? Almost 1.5 hours. So if the time is available, I'm going to tell you how to prepare this pandalam, or otherwise there are videos in the YouTube. So you can refer those things for further requirement. So this is how you are going to tie them up. So this should be tied using a cloth piece. Yes, the cloth piece is a very good material for the tying the vine into the pole, right? You let it up to grow up to the top of the pandalama. Then you are going to bend it up to 2 feet. So then you are going to cut this from this place. This end can be used for new plantation, new cultivations. So once you cut it this place, so lateral branches will be initiated. Lateral branches will produce from the beginning itself, right? But once you cut it, more lateral branches will emerge, and some main branches also will produce, right? That is also a good sign. If there are more branches, so you will have to remove them, or you have to clean them in order to penetrate enough sunlight into your plantation or cultivation or soil bed. So look at these images. This is a very young main branch. You can see that lateral branch is adventitious roots are not yet emerged. This is the best time to tie it up, right? But be careful not to damage this one. So this is the stage. Some tiny milkish adventitious roots are emerging. In most cases, people will tie it in this time, because this is very tender, so you will damage the apex. So this is little bit later stage. You can see that it is tied up with the support. මේ මගේ නම් මෙතන තියෙන්නේ teak plantation, and this support is a teak pole. So these images were taken from my cultivation, right? So this is a matured. You can see that a lateral branch also is produced. Adventitious roots are now died. That is not tied into the pole in the proper time. So that is why these are not attached with the pole. If you tie this up now, so that need to be done, but these things will not attach into the pole again. Fertilizing. After removing the shade, that means after 6 to 7 weeks, right? 10 centimeter thick cow dung layer is spread on the soil bed and mixed well with 30 centimeter depth. This is the theory says this should be done only once, right? Mixing the fertilizer with the soil bed is done after 7 weeks of establishment. But if you are going to plant rooted cuttings before planting, you can do this process, right? Later, you are not going to do this because the root system will get damaged. But in practice, farmers do this after, say, 4 to 6 weeks interval. Oh, not 4 to 6. So some people will add the soil, add the fertilizer as a top layer. They do not mix it. But when they are going to water it, the fertilizer will wash off. But there are some people, they will mix it with the soil. So but the theory says that do not mix because that will damage the root system. But in practice, the farmers has learned that it is possible to mix with the soil somewhere around 2 to 3 inches. That means 5 to 6 centimeters depth, not to 30 centimeter depth, right? The first one is done very well, somewhere around 30 centimeters to 20 centimeters depth, but to take care not to damage the new cuttings, right? So what is you are going to add? Cow dung or compost, right? Later, so you are going to proceed adding the fertilizer in 2 weeks. Right? Some people add fertilizer 3 weeks interval. Some people add fertilizer 2 weeks interval. So 3 week interval people are the people who cultivate for the local market. 2 weeks interval people are cultivating for the export market. That is compost or cow dung. So this is commercial, mineral fertilizer. 420 grams per 100 wine. For recommended fertilizer need to be added. You can see that the local market people add fertilizer once a month or twice a month. So that is why they produce less green color ones, and that is the reason the export market people produce dark green color leaves. So this is the recommendation. So I'm going to add this presentation at the end of the session into the chat. You can download it, right? So I need not to read these stuffs, right? Initially, cow dung or compost should be applied to the bed after about 1 month, and it should be mixed well with the soil without damaging the root system. So that is the repetition. Apply well compost, poultry manure or goat manure. So this is well compost, right? So most people do not like to add poultry manure, but very small quantities can be added without any problem, but do not add in large quantities. Rhizoidea leaves is highly beneficial and highly recommended, so because that will provide nitrogen. But this fertilizing practice should be done by observing the cultivation. If it is growing well, so you should not add fertilizer excessively. If it is stunned or if the growth is a little bit delay, you can add fertilizer, or you can check it using the color of the leaves, size of the leaves, and the growth rate. Pruning of vines. If lateral branches are not emerging after growth up to 1 meter length, you are going to cut the vine from the base, leaving 3 internodes. Then it is possible you to produce 2 to 3 main branches, but people do not practice this. They are not going to cut the main branches, although they do not produce lateral branches. So I need to do a research on that one to comment on it, because people say that whether although that is not producing lateral branches, once it is reached to the top of the pandalama, so once they prune it, right, they will produce lateral branches, but that will take 6 to 8 or more months. After reaching the vine to the top of the pole, let it to grow horizontally up to 30 to 60 centimeter, that means 1 to 2 feet, and cut it. You can use the cutted stem. You can sell it or you can replant it, right? Pruning of vines when lateral branches produce small leaves. So that means after 2 to 3 years or 3 to 4 years. When the lateral branches produce small leaves, or when they are too long, cut them leaving 2 internodes. Lateral branches are going to be cut. When the vine is unproductive, that means after 3 or 4 years, you can cut it from the base, leaving 3 internodes. Unfortunately, because of the bacterial blight disease, it is very difficult you to keep a plantation for more than 3 years or reaching up to 5 years. So this cannot be practiced. But in case of this, your pandalama may damage after 1.5 to 2 years. You will have to repair it, right? Irrigation daily or 2 times per day based on the climatic conditions. Just after fertilizing, watering need to be done. After pruning, you need to water. So weed, then do not let weed to grow, cut them or remove them. Do not grow pepper near the field. Do not grow capsicum or chili near the field. And do not let the large branches of large leaves to come over the cultivation. So your cultivation should have enough sunlight. But it is possible you to provide a shade net. At least 60% or 70% sunlight should penetrate. That means 30 or 40% shade net can be established. Some people close the cultivation, so that is a good practice to protect your cultivation from diseases, either Kajang leaves or either insect proof net also is accepted. So then disease spores will not come to your cultivation from the wind. An image of a cultivation. Pest and disease. The main disease is bacterial leaf blight by Xanthomonas compositris beticolia. Disease becomes epidemic during rainy season. First characteristic symptoms is moist, oily patch on underneath of the leaf. Shall we see some images, right? Gradually, the spot spread and turn into brown or black lichen or black color lichen, lapeak. When the condition is serious, these patches can spread to the stem, resulting of shedding the leaves and nodes. Consequently, the plant will die, but the disease can easily spread into surrounding vines. This is there is no cure. Once it is spread, definitely your whole cultivation will ruin within a 1 to 2 month year period. If you see it very early, there is a chance of protecting the one. No control measures have been identified other than destruction of seriously diseased plants. Diseased plants and nearby plants should be burned on the spot. On the spot means in the same place. A fungicide can be applied to control the spread. However, that is a bacterial disease. So people use antibiotics that is given to humans. So that is not accepted. That is why a fungicide is being applied. All matured leaves of remaining vine should be removed and fungicide should be sprayed. What is it? The diseased plant and the surrounding plants need to be uprooted and burned. The other plants' leaves need to be removed and fungicide need to be applied. But still there is no guarantee, right? The spread of the disease can be controlled by lowering the application of chemical fertilizer and water for infected beds. Water will bring the disease to the other ones. The fertilizer will succulent the plant, so susceptibility will increase. So fertilization is stopped. Watering also is stopped. So use of disease-free plant, use of disease-free environment is the best thing, and hygienic conditions need to be strictly followed. So you should not go to the plantations without taking care. This is the so-called license. This is someone spreaded disease. This is a little bit more matured lichen. You can see the ring and the middle one. So this is the end result. Look at it. So this is severely damaged one. Severely damaged one. The summary of the. There is another disease, foot rot disease. The base of the plant will infected by a fungus, Phytophthora polytrotrichum or Rhizoctonia. So there are two different fungus. This is also epidemic. So that means the plant will die. The first characteristics is sudden wilting of the plant. So if you uprooted the plant, then you can see blackish color dyed roots. So once rooted are infected, the roots will not absorb water, then plant will die. When you see the conditions, the roots are already damaged. So what you can do is to cut the plant and remove the roots, and you can replant the remaining portion, but that is not a cure. So when you see it, already the plant is died. Fungicide can be applied to the base of the vine after watering the beetle bed. Secondly, 1:1 ratio of cow dung and topsoil should be applied to base of the beetle vine to cover the first, second, and third node. So if those nodes produce new new roots, then you are lucky. Got what I said? So this is what it says, right? So this is the vine, right? So this portion is now damaged, right? This is the. So what you are going to do is to provide the fungicide to the soil, right? And a heap of soil and compost will be filled. If these nodes produce roots, you are lucky. So that will determine at the time you notice it. Experienced farmers will examine the plantation daily or at sometimes twice a day. Then they will see these conditions. So waterlogging condition is not suitable for that one. These are the images of that symptom. So what you need to do is to apply the chemical fertilizer and fill this portion with the 1:1 ratio of cow dung or compost and topsoil. So if these produce new roots, so you are lucky. Otherwise, the whole vine will die. Pest. The people tell this one as Calamedria. Distinctus politus. It is not a Calamedria, but there is no single name for this bird. Or I don't know whether there is a Tamil name. This will suck the cell sap in the shoots, leaves, young leaves. Then the leaves will get damaged like this. So these cannot be sales. These are called coricung later, right? So you will lose your, say, economical output. So you can cover your cultivation from cajun leaves or from a shade net or from an insect proof net to protect your cultivation. Still, that is economical, right? So these are some symptoms: nitrogen deficiency symptom, sulfur deficiency symptom. So you need expert ability to identify these things. These are potassium deficiency symptoms. These are phosphorus deficiency symptoms. That can be identified easily, but I am not going to expect a knowledge from you, right, to identify these deficiency symptoms. Just to complete the session, I add those things. Just wait. I think I am having set of images to show you. So now it is almost 2 hours. So you can talk or you can type so until I show you some pictures. Right, microphone is up to you. Nobody need to talk? You can type. If you are not willing to talk. Right. There is no comments. So that means no interest. So it is not required to show you some images, right? So I'm going to use that time to show you some images of vanilla. And I'm not going to talk much about vanilla because we don't have enough time. I don't know whether there are people who didn't see it. So this is a new method of establishment of vanilla. This is under a plant house. You can see that some coconut say husk are filled in these boxes and vanilla vine is climbing up, right? So this is what is established in the open ground. So to some extent, those are grown. So the same one, this is a high density cultivation. But that is also in the open ground. So this is somewhere around 1.5 year matured wine. So this is how you prepare high density cultivation. So before planting, the wine, the pole is planted. What is this? The flower. So this is need to be pollinated by our selvers. Otherwise, there are no natural pollinators. That is the only disadvantage of this cultivation. These are the pods, immature pods, right? These are the pods in a vine. This will grow. The most interesting thing is this is a evergreen plant. This will grow. That is an Orchidaceae family. This will grow indeterminately up, right? So that will not produce any flowers if it is not stress. If it is not stress, right? What we do is we let it to grow somewhere around 2 meters or 1.5 meters top up, and we are going to pull the vine into the bottom again, right? So that means, so once it is grown up to this place, that will be pulled back and will be buried little bit and let it to grow again and pulled back and buried and let it to grow again and pulled back. So something like this will be carried out infinitely. So this is a well-managed wine. So this is also a wine, but that is little bit smaller or a young plant, right? To some extent, it is a young plant. yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes,
මේ වැනිලා කරල් හැදෙන්න කොච්චර විතර කාලයක් යනවද වැල හැදිලා?
right. So once it is planted, so this will take somewhere around 1 year to up to this, come to up to this point. Then another 1.5 year to 2 years enough to come to this point. This will determined by the cultural practices and the area, right? You need to get somewhere around 4 vines, 4 say rounds, right? Before stressing it. That can be done somewhere around after 2 to 3 years. But there are occasions 1.5 year is enough you to get the pods. But at the very first, you will get 1 or 2 bunches. After 3 to 4 years, it is possible you to harvest 1 kilogram. After 5 say years, it is possible you to cultivate a little bit more, something like this, right? So it is possible you to harvest some around 5 kilograms from this one. 1 kilogram can be sold based on the quality of the pods. Say 3,000 rupees to 5,000 rupees. So that is an average price. That will depend on the length of the pod and the maturity stage and the quality of the pods. The process one will be somewhere around 15,000 rupees to 60,000 rupees per kilogram. You need somewhere around 8 kilograms to prepare, 5 to 8 kilograms to prepare 1 kilogram, and you need to spend somewhere around say 8 months to prepare a good quality vanilla after harvest. Right? Means that is what, around 8 months. Most farmers will sell it is as green pods. Look at this. Matured harvested leaves as a pods, right? The same. The hot water treatment is done. I'm not going to talk about the culturing process. So drying. So drying and the final products, right? So these are very expensive, very fragrant. But this process will take some around, say, 8 months. So this can be sale some around 50,000 rupees per kilogram. So just wait, will be
Excuse me, sir.
right.
මේ සර් මේ වගේ self pollination එකට අමතරව cross pollination එක කවුරු හරි විසින් කරන්න ඕනේද මේ කරල් pods එන්න?
No, self pollination will not take place. We will have to do the pollination. So that should be carried out in the morning. There should be some training. So once trained, a person can say do the pollination. Now there are one of my friend is running a guaranteed cultivation system. He is an exporter. He is having contract farmers, and he is having 2 to 3 pollinators as well. If a farmer requested, so he is going to provide that pollinators, but the farmer need to pay for the pollinators. That is a very good thing. Any other question? Until you are questioning me, I'm going to show you some set of images. So this is a new method of cultivating vanilla. A greenhouse or a polytunnel, a shade net is there. These are a little bit over matured ones, right? This is over matured one. Slightly yellow wing color at the top tip of at the end of the pod is enough. Over matured ones will not be. This is not matured, right? Accepted. In the department web, you will get enough material for this one. The enough means there are no lot of materials. So 1 or 2 material is available there. So this is a rooted cutting that can be grown, right, or planted. These are nursery plants, but it is possible you to get the vines from directly from the plantation, and you can season it for 2 weeks, and you can directly plant it. These will not die. Those are orchids, right? Anything else to be questioned? Yes or no regarding beetle or vanilla? No. Good. In the department website and department Facebook site and department YouTube site, there are a lot of materials. If someone needs to learn this little bit more, so I am recommending you to go to those places and refer the materials. So I ask you to practice these things in your area if it is possible. If you don't have enough land, you can rent land and you can cultivate. The most economical one is beetle cultivation, because it is possible you to harvest it within 8 months. Then other things are somewhat perennial ones. Vanilla also, it is a very good source of income, extra income. If you are having enough land, enough means 100 vines are much better. 100 vines, that means if you can harvest 2 kilograms from one vine, you will end up with 200 kilograms. 200 kilograms into 3,000, the lowest price. How much? 6 lakhs per year. So you need not to worry about the cultivation, because those are perennial. So once part attention is enough. But there are, I did not how to stress it, right? There is a mechanism how to stress it. So that need to be done once a year. So you can harvest only once a year. You need special attention when you are pollinating it and when you are stressing it. Matale? If anybody is interested regarding this one, so you can contact either myself or either department people, right?
අපිට උනත් මේ වගේ කල්ටිවේෂන් එකක් පටන් ගන්න පුළුවන් නේද?
ඒක තමයි කිව්වේ නිකන් ඉන්න එපා පටන් ගන්න කියලා. නිකන් ඉන්න එපා. දැන් ඇග්‍රිකල්චර් ඩිප්ලෝමා එකක් නේ කරන්නේ. ඇග්‍රිකල්චර්ම කරන්නත් ඕනේ නැහැ. ඕන දෙයක් කරාට ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. මං කියන්නේ Tamanට පුළුවන්. Sorry for the Tamil people, right? I'll repeat it in English, right? Tamanට පුළුවන් crop එක තෝරාගෙන Tamanට පුළුවන් land එකක් Tamanට නැති වුණාට කමක් නැහැ. rent එකට ගන්න පුළුවන් land ඕන තරම් තියෙනවා වවන්න. එතකොට ඒක extra source of income එකක් වෙනවා. දැන් මම දන්න කපල් එකක් ඉන්නවා වැව්වේ තාමත් ඉන්නවා වැව්වේ බුලත් ළමයි දෙන්නම ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාව වෙලා ඉගෙනුවා බුලත් වලින් ඊළඟට දැන් මේ මං ඉන්න පැත්තේ ඉන්නවා ගොඩක් මිනිස්සුયો තනි කරම බුලත් වලින් විතරක් තමන්ගේ ජීවිතේ ගොඩ වාහනත් අරගෙන ලස්සනට ඉන්න. ඊළඟට තව පිරිසක් ඉන්නවා මේ පෝල්ට්‍රි ෆාමින් කරන අය. දැන් මේ දවස්වල පෝල්ට්‍රි ෆාමින් කරන අයට ටිකක් ලාභයි. ඊළඟට වයින් මේ වැනිලා වගේ ඒවා නම් කියන්නේ අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් හවස් කරන්න තියෙන ඒවා ඉතින් හොඳයි ඒ හින්දා ටිකක් වැඩි ලේසියෙන් කරන්න. මොකක්ද තව ඉතින් දැන් හෝටිකල්චරල් ක්‍රොප්ස් එහෙම තියෙනවා ඔය ලිස්ට් එකේ. ඉතින් ඒක හැමදාම කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. Taman ටිකක් ස්ටේබල් අවස්ථාවකට එනකල් ඒක කරන්න ඉන්ට්‍රස්ට් ඊට පස්සේ පුළුවන් මන්ට Taman කැමති දේ ඉස්සරහට යන්න. Any other questions? තව question එකක් තියෙනවා. Which type of bed is used? මේකට bed එකක් නෙමෙයි අතරම පාවිච්චි කරන. It is not a bed, right? That is a individual kit. We are going to dig. We are going to practice this when you come to the practical class next week. I'll demonstrate it. I'm going to stop this if you are not going to question me. So it is almost අපිට එකමාරට පටන් ගත්තේ දෙකමාර තුනමාර හතරමාරනකල් ඉන්න විදියක් නැහැ. අපි හතරට නතර කරමු හේතුවක් තියෙනවා. You can question me. Couple of minutes is available. මම මේ ෆයිල් එක අප්ලෝඩ් කරලා තියෙන ප්‍රසන්ටේෂන් එක ඔයාලා ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කරගන්න මේ ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කරගන්න නැතිනම් මම නතර කරාම මේක නැති වෙනවා. මම දැම්ම ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කරගන්න. So the file is available in the chat, right? So the presentation you better download it. Once I in the session it is not possible you to download it. So I will have to wait until you download it. Until you are going to download it, I am going to talk, or you are going to question me. No questions. You can type.
මේ වැනිලා කොච්චර විතර ලෑන්ඩ් එක හදන්න ඕනද සාමාන්‍යයෙන් හොඳ ඉන්කම් එකක් ගන්න?
That will be determined by what you need, right? 100 wine will give you 600,000 rupees per year after 3 to 4 years. No, 4 to 5 years. අවුරුදු 5කට විතර පස්සේ වාට ලක්ෂ 6ක් විතර ගන්න පුළුවන්. වැල් 100කින්. වැල් 100ක් මීටර දෙකෙන් දෙකට ගණන් හදලා බලන්න කොච්චර ඒරියා කොනද කියලා. වැල් 50ක් තිබ්බත් ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. ඒක වාට එක්ස්ට්‍රා ඉන්කම් එකක් වෙනවා අවුරුද්දකට එක සැරයක් ලැබෙන. රුපියල් 50000ක් අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් ලැබුණත් ලොකු එපා කියන්නේ නැහැනේ. හැබැයි බුලත් ඊට වැඩිය ලාභයි. වැල් 100කින් බුලත් කඩන්න පුළුවන්. වැල් 100ක් නම් හදන එක පාඩුයි. කොළ 50% කියමු 20ක් කරුවා කියලා හිතන්නකෝ.